Right. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, whatever time it is, wherever you are. How we doing? Today is going to be a weird day. At least weird in the sense that I don't normally do art streams. I have done them in the past, so this is nothing incredibly new, it's just uncommon. More uncommon than that is when I actually go into Blender and show you guys what it is I'm doing behind the scenes. Now, I've done that for the overlays, I've done that for my backgrounds and other artsy stuff, and I don't think I've ever done it with Blender. So this will be a new spin on an otherwise uncommon, but, you know, heard of occurrence. I'm doing alright, a little bit tired. But yeah, I think we'll just get started here. I'm probably going to spend most of my time fairly quiet and just vibing to the music. But feel free to chit-chat and ask questions and stuff like that, and I'll answer as best I can. But yeah, mostly chill day today, which is probably a good thing since we're going to follow up with tomorrow, which is Deep Rock Galactic, which means we're definitely going to be kicking some butt. Quick little intro here. This is the, as it stands, the armored up model. In fact, it's the same variant I'm currently on right now. If I were to zoom out, you'd be able to see basically the same features. Now, what I've been doing is working on switching from this torso piece here, which I had for a very long time, very blocky and square, to this much rounder version, which has a more, it's more in line with what goes on here with the mechanized. A lot of our armor designs are very rounded. Me, I was just very, very bad at doing rounded designs. And as I've gotten better and more confident with what I'm doing, I've kind of started to build out a more medieval. Well, that's the weird thing with us mechs, right, is we're the most advanced society in an otherwise medieval era world. We don't have the sci-fi stuff that I see when I, search up stuff in your guys' realm, where it's like, oh, your armor's very different now, Like, it doesn't even look like this. MRSE humans just don't have this anymore, or at least not in the same extent. And then sci-fi stuff is way out there, where it's like, we don't even have that. The closest we have is visors, which is the closest thing we have to... I just said that. You get what I'm saying. Yeah, a lot of our design, since we are humanoid for the most part, takes medieval inspiration. Now there is things like, dragon style, like dragon scale, which is kind of what I'm going for with mine. Trying to mirror what I have as a primary unit, which is very dragon scale inspired. But I'm also trying to make it a little bit different from the norm, give it a bit more of a stylized flair to it. Because, I mean, I might as well, right? See, it's very basic right now. This is for the most part, just a main layer. And of course we have these are actually pretty on point, the plated greaves. The upper greaves here I could probably do a little bit better on. But as far as my leg armor, from my knees down to my boots, those are actually pretty spot on. With the exception of one thing, and I haven't figured out how to make this look as good as it does normally. My boots have talons on the end of them, like metal bird claws, 2 of them. I haven't been able to figure out how to make it look quite the way it normally does, so I'm just foregoing that for the time being and going with the base model that doesn't have talons. I'm still very, very new to 3D modeling, so there's a lot of... And you'd think I wouldn't be new, having been working on it for the better part of 2 years, but the thing is, it's been intermittent, where I start working on it, and then I go and do something else or take care of other things, so I haven't had time to consistently improve. Up until recently, which is where I've kind of gotten this going. So yeah, what we're going to do is we're going to try and... Largely what I want to do is I want to get the UV mapping done so I can put actual texture to it rather than just a flat color. UV mapping in the sense of, like, that's how I got the my yellow streaks on my shoulders and helmet. But in order to do that, we have to set the seams and then unwrap it and figure out the texture stuff. So it's going to be a long, long process, which is why this will be mostly a chill, quiet stream, because I'm going to spend a lot of time focusing and thinking. Processing, as it were. Let me get out of that and back into perspective. So I think what we're going to do is we'll primarily focus on, we're going to focus on the stuff that you guys can see commonly, right? Which means upper torso, shoulders, head. That is where most of my focus goes to, and the rest of this kind of catches a backseat to it, but I will get it all done entirely eventually. We're going to start with just this. So we'll scale that, select all, and let's get it out of the way. We're going to scale it really far back, so I have plenty of room to work with. So yeah, here's the torso armor as it just currently stands. As you can see, it splits from the lower torso and upper torso. Now, I'm not too worried about the additionals. The lattice and then the armor and scales are stuff that I'm not gonna worry about right now. What I want to get is the main piece done. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna select all of this. Get the scales and stuff hidden. Actually, there's an easier way to do it. Let's do this. We'll go select all. No, we'll select link, and then it's Alt H. No, it's Shift H. There we go. I'm also gonna set my autosave interval to 5. It lags every time it autosaves. I need to figure out where I want to put the seams on this one. I'm thinking... I probably want to divvy it up down the middle. Let's try that. There's a cut there. I'm gonna get a drink real quick. Yep, TYT. Well, that doesn't look quite right. I'm fairly certain it's... There's a lot of loose sections here, and I've never quite figured out what causes that. That said, I'm also not worried about it. Definitely need to make more cuts. Especially when you have this over here doing that. Oops. So I think right here we'll make a cut as well. Go across this line, which will divvy up from shoulder to back. Right there, I think. That's not gonna come in cleanly, it's gonna be right here. See what that does. Yeah, funny number. Even though I'm pretty sure that's an accident. Somehow there's a 6 over here and there's a 9 there, and it just happens to line up. Let's see, where is that? That's in the blue. Can I see that? No. I think it's I9 and H9, if I had to guess. Or it's somewhere in the 9s, because that's an inverted 9 right there, I'm pretty sure. Or it's a 6. Is there a 6 on this map? No. So one of these 9s somewhere, they intersect, and it's creating the funny number. It's like there's K9 there, and there's C9, so... Yeah, working on it. How are you doing, Skulls? Okay, K9 is there, so M9, L9, K9. So that's J9 there. And then B, C, D9? So where's Delta 9? Over here, somehow. Really interesting how it intersects like that and creates funny number. Good thing Inky's not here, otherwise she'd get a real kick out of it. It's definitely flowing a lot cleaner because they're still in the blues now and it's not like colors going everywhere. let's try and keep the momentum. Try and keep the split between the front and the back, which is, I actually differentiated it in the model, which is this node right here. This little slant there is the difference between front and back. So that is at least easy to tell. This doesn't quite line up though, but that's fine. It's kind of the inverse though, Skulls. Better minds than me produced my armor. I'm just trying to reproduce what they did in 3D. And probably failing quite terribly at it. I have a feeling if they could see what I'm making, they would not be proud. So we'll mark that seam and that seam, which should be identical. Yes, it appears to be. That didn't change anything, did it? Oh, kind of. No, this is over here. What is this all linked to? Okay, that's all linked together, but that's attached to what exactly? That's in the reds. Okay, that's all this. All this right here. For some reason there's a double lot. Why is there 2 lots? Out of curiosity, let's just pull this. Oh, I see. It's the 2 halves. That's what's causing it. We should also try to separate interior from exterior. I mean, it goes pretty good. Hey, Bray. Hey, Servier. Good to see you. How are you both doing? Yeah, I'll show you what the thing normally looks like, right? Let me switch this back to... I think it was limb base, right? And then I switch into object. This is the torso armor as it currently stands. In fact, I'm even wearing it. This model has it on. I'm just trying to get the texture work done, so I can actually add more detail to it than just flat colors. In fact, real quick, I'll show you guys a couple other things I was working on with regards to this. Check this out. Arctic camo. With a very silvery, shiny torso piece, but that's because that doesn't have a texture map to it. Yeah, so I did Arctic camo, and then I was also working on another one. Just a flat steel sort of a vest made of enter pearl. Ha! Yeah, I guess I could call it that. An enter pearl armor set. That needs to be a color in Deep Rock, in my opinion. Enter pearl armor. But you will absolutely love this one. Get those commands ready, because I'm very rich in this one. I look like a compressed gold. Spam it to mission control gets an enormous headache. Actually, don't spam me into a headache, though. Ah. Yeah, I've been trying to do like different camos and stuff like that, but the problem with the Arctic camo is, whoops, where is it? The reason that's actually the Arctic camo right there, is it doesn't apply because there's no texture map to it. The program can't tell, hey, you know, this goes here, here, and here, because I haven't told it to. So that's what we're doing with this. And in order for that to work, we need to cut seams and stuff like that. So if you've never done 3D modeling before, let me do a let me break it down for you real quick. What essentially happens when you're doing any sort of texture work is you're telling the model to unwrap and lay over a flat texture, right? Well, if you try to squish this against a flat texture, you get vertices and polygons everywhere, right? So by marking seams, which is what we're doing here, that's what these red lines are, we're telling it where to cut the texture, or to cut the model basically, so it can lay out flat and read the texture correctly and not get stretch texture here and compressed texture over here that looks really, really bad. And so I'm trying to basically find the most optimal way to set the seams for just the base section of the cuirass, so we can apply detail to it, and then everything else I'll work on later. So if I set this back to the texture map, right, this grid here gets overlaid onto the model, the mesh, as it were. And you can see that you have things like you have K-A-L-A-M-A. Well, I can find that here, K-A-L-A-M-A, right? If I grab this section and I move it, you can see how the 3D stuff applies to the flat texture. So that's the importance of doing good seam work. Now, unfortunately, I'm still not very good at it myself, but I have a passable enough understanding of to do things like the helmets. I did this torso piece before, which had a level of seaming to it. The shoulders, all that stuff. Right now we're focused on just the torso piece and getting that done, because this is what you guys can see is the shoulders, head, and torso, or upper torso. So that's why it gets the focus. And everything else I do kind of just in spare time when I'm not working on anything else. What I need to do is I need to figure out how this fits together. Because this is like, oops. Yeah, that's weird. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and separate interior from exterior. And I think to do that I need to cut right here. Basically follow this line here, but on the underside of the model. Be warned, watching too much of this might give you vertigo, because I do a lot of stuff from like really odd angles. Working in 3D is hard. Okay, so that kind of disconnected it. I mean, fair enough. This is what? I can't even see what's changing on the grid here. Like, I know it goes to some type of geometry somewhere on here. I'm just not sure where. It's next to IB, which is all... It's in here somewhere. Whatever, I'm not gonna worry too much about stuff that doesn't line up properly. As long as I get the gist of what I need. Let's continue trying to separate interior from exterior. Unless I've already gone and done it. Okay, does that move interior as well, though? Oops. Yeah, it does, so it's not separated yet. No, it's probably connecting right here around the collar. That's probably what's doing it. Oh, let's try it. That changed something big. What is this attached to? It's like so much stuff attached to this one point. Okay, let's see. Select linked. That's not linked to anything for some reason. There it goes. Okay, so all this is attached to one thing. And I'm willing to bet that's one of the convergence points for, like, the vertices. Somewhere in the middle here is probably what's causing that. Okay, so this is all the back stuff, it looks like. So just for the sake of understanding that's what that is, let's shrink that down and make it just completely red. It's like, you know, that's where that all goes. Let's figure out where the rest of this is. So for J7 and I7, oops. I swear some of this stuff gets detached and I'm not sure what happens to it. It's like it just randomly vanishes. Or what it's doing is, I know what it's doing. It's catching all this other stuff probably. even though it's not showing, it's probably catching all this other stuff. That's probably what that is. But like I said, we won't worry about that until later. Alright, cool. So we have this that we can now move around freely. So there's the front. But the interior still goes with it. So we need to figure out how to split that off. It's probably right here. It's probably this interior bit right there. But in a weird kind of way, I don't want to split the two halves necessarily. I want them to be like kind of like crossed or connected. At least that's how I did the last one. So maybe instead of splitting them that way, see, let's remove this seam here. Try and get them to line up. But still split. They're connected, right? Yeah, they're definitely connected. So what's causing their textures to get divvied up like that? Maybe it's this. I don't want to clear all the seams though, just a few of these. It's cutting there and around. This isn't cutting on the interior, I know that much. Cut that there. Same thing here. So hopefully this whole back section should be detached now. It moves around on the inside, which is annoying, but at the very least it's detached in kind of the way I want it to. Oops. And this is still split. Maybe it's this. Let's try clearing these two. And if that doesn't work, we'll try something else. I guess I could just be a little bit more free with it. And we have clear seams, it's not going to do anything to those anyways. But we have to be as meticulous. I think that did it. Nope, it's still split down the middle for some reason. Is there a mirror modifier on this? No. hang on, let's do this. Let's clear those. Still split. They're linked, which means it's not like there's two halves there, so I'm not sure what's going on. Is that a face right there? Is that what I'm seeing? There are faces split between this. Those aren't supposed to be there. Alright, so let's try and get rid of the faces that are stuck in the middle here. That might explain why there's stuff that I can move around, but I'm not sure where it is. Okay, oof. That's not what I meant to do. Give me a moment to think. Oops. Let's get rid of the faces there, and then we'll clip the edges next. Get rid of the interior edges. Still split. Not 100% sure why. There's a seam there that shouldn't be there. Fix that. I'm not entirely sure why it's doing what it is. I don't see any reason why it would be cut the way it is. Or why these are stretching out the way they do. Is there more interior stuff that I'm not aware of? There isn't the back, but it's not affecting the back. The back separates out just fine. Thank you, DJ. I'm glad you're enjoying this, slash hopefully learning something, slash understanding the weird angles thing. And I'm glad you think it looks epic. Even if to me, I'm very aware of how amateur and scuffed it looks, even for looking epic. But it's like I've said before, I kind of live by scuffed. I mean, everything I have here is to some extent, you know, scuffed. The trick is to make scuffed look good. That's kind of like what my whole theme is, you know, like, it's not professional, it's very amateur, it's, you know, like, you should have seen the nightmare that was the original helmet. You should have seen the modeling hell that went through. But it was also my first 3D model ever. No tutorial beforehand, just a few YouTube videos to kind of like guide me in the general direction. And then just went for it. And you know what? It came out cursed, but in a good way. That's true. You over-professionalize something and it takes the fun out of it. So let me see if I can fish out that old avatar. I know I've got it around here somewhere. I want to clear my list of the spares. Okay, that's the new variant. That's the old variant. That's all chrome. Let's see. It was in pre-alpha, I think. B3? Here's the old helmets. This is from way back when I started streaming. And it has a lot more detail to it because there's a lot of like forced geometry to it. You can't even see the mesh with this one, but you could probably tell just by all the little angles and stuff like that that it was chaos to figure out. It also has no texture. It's purely just material coloring. So the visor is its own material. There's geometry on the top that gives the yellow markings that was set to be a different material. And then the black and green with its own material as well. And then you had the ones from version 2. I think 2.5 is it? So 2.5C. Nope, that's not it. I get that a lot. Hazardous operation mechanized in general look very Halo-esque. Okay, so it's not in 2.5, it's in, is it 2.0? Okay, yeah, here's the old one. A lot of people knew this one for a long time. That is true. Any helmet that has a visor of like that immediately gets Master Chiefed. Like, what is it, the Solus Exultant dirt bike helmet or whatever, which I find to be a really cool design. And very much an inspiration for what I'm wearing now. Not this one, but the primary one now, served as, you know, the main inspiration there. So it's like, you know, you can see it. Hey, Beard. Get back to that. course, I'm trying not to get confused with Master Chief, even if the, like, the joke can be made, I'm fine with that. But if it's one of those cases of, like, they can't tell the difference between, you know, Master Chief and me, then, oh, well, I've clearly done something wrong. Alright, let's try and uncursify this one, since I can't figure out why the front torso plate is not splitting properly. I'm gonna try one more thing, which is to do a cut right here and run it along the front plate. As my skills have improved and I've gotten better about building the actual design out, yeah. Okay, if this doesn't break the texture off, I don't know what will. Hey, there it goes. To be fair, the similarities between hazardous operations mechanized and hazardous operations in Halo warranted the whole Halo theme initially. That's just kind of how it went. And plus, since I had very little experience with doing any kind of artwork other than taking good screenshots, well, my screenshots from Halo served as my background. And I didn't have any other custom fonts either, so it's kind of like, I'll just roll with this for the time being until I can improve my way out of it. Gotta have some sort of a foundation, right? So we did finally get this one detached. Finally. Yeah, it's like that commentary in the meme channel earlier about how Inky looks like Mordred from Fate. That discussion went further, by the way, and she basically said, geez, I'm basically spitting image outside of the fact that her eyes don't glow. It's just like, yeah. But then I don't know her measurements either. Like, if she's shorter or taller. I know Inky's tall. She stands at 6'4" as far as humans are concerned. Which is, that's a very tall person. I think most MRSC humans don't even get that tall, relatively speaking. .95 meters, yeah. Let's see. Okay, so we've got that working. Which means I can basically equivalent that a little bit better. And now I think I can comfortably separate other sections of the front torso away from this. like cutting right here. Where did that go? Oh, interesting. It's not marked on the other side for some reason. So this line's up here, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, was it? Yeah. 4 and on the 5th. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right here. Mark seam. Watch that cause the torso, front torso plate to get split off from the main again. No, that actually made it a lot more... See what I mean about how having good seams is important? Now the size of the grids is a little bit more consistent and not like stretched all over the place. As opposed to over here, you can see how the seaming causes it to get all kinds of weird, so we'll have to fix that later. We can basically put this all the way over here and have it be pretty good. It doesn't look like graffiti. The interior still gets messed with, so I'll have to figure that out. But we've got the basic groundwork of it. Now let's try and get the rear figured out. This one probably needs the same treatment, honestly. So the seam to mark would be this right here. Still not sure why there's random geometry bits that are just getting like yeeted out all the way up to the, you know, relative north of the map. I don't quite get what's occurring there. Oh, I can see it moving. It's down here. What is that? This little, yeah, trippy is what it is. Yeah, for whatever reason, these two nodes right here are just like hyper bound to something. I think it has something to do with this. That vertex right there, if I had to guess, is what's causing this. I'm not too worried about it because it is on the lower end of the back. It's not too big of an issue, and it's on the interior. Like, I don't care about what happens on the interior, because no one's going to see the interior. I just need to separate the front plate from the back, from the front of the front plate, outside of the front to the inside of the front. I'll say it that way. That makes more sense. I think the trick to doing that would be to let's do the same thing here. Wait, no. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Trying to figure out where a good cut on the inside would be. Unless I've already got it. Might already have it. Nope. Still connected somehow. Nodes are connected, not causing it to not fold out right. Somehow, yeah. I'm sure I could probably mark a seam there and just like completely disconnect that section. But I'm not worried. Like I said, I'm not worried about that right now. I'll figure it out later. My main priority right now is to get the external of the front plate disconnected from the internal of the front plate, so I can paint a texture onto the front and not worry about the back. But right now, if I try to do anything with the front, right, if I blow this up, you can see how it, like if I paint a mark here, but it bleeds over into the stuff that's connected to the back, then it's not going to look right on the front. That's why I'm trying to disconnect that. part of the UV map from the other. Maybe it's right here. Maybe if I just cut right along this line where the collar is. That might be what I'm missing. It's going, Zactro. Little by little. Yeah, if Star Wars were here, he'd know how to fix it, but I'm also kind of trying to learn this on my own. I did mention him helping me out with the cloak, so maybe I can run a few questions by him when I do that with him. But that's not until I get all this finished anyway, so it'll be one of those cases of like I can maybe do it in retrospect. Let's try this one more time. Now that looks better. Oops. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Something came up that I had to check on. Alright, so we got the front done, let's do the back. Here's the interior, which has all that stretched out stuff. There's something to do with these verts. Oh, you know what? I see what it is. I think there's a face in there. It's one massive freaking in-gun. That's what it is. Watch, when I switch into face mode, I'll bet I can click on this entire... See this big orange strip right here? I'm willing to bet that's what's causing the weirdness. I think it's right... Aha! Found it. I'm not sure why it's doing that the way it is, but yeah, there's a face here where its origin is like on the other side of the model. I'm not entirely sure what that is, but I'm gonna try and fix it. So like, check it out, right? When you're in face mode and you're able to like see through it, these dots here are the faces you're selecting. Like that's the exterior of the front plate, here's the interior of the front plate. This whole thing, this whole strip that we just noticed, right? Every time we click on one of its origin points, which is right there or on the other side, notice that where this there's an edge there and then another face here, but there's no way to select the face here because it's not part of that face, it's a part of this ridiculousness up here. That I don't know why that is, and this is something I'm definitely going to take to Star when I talk to him about it later. Because he'll be able to figure this one out easy. But for whatever reason, that is one monumental face, and it angles there and then goes off to the side somehow. I'm a little bit nervous about what'll happen when I delete it, but I'd rather delete it and deal with the weirdness that comes with that than leave it there and not be sure what it's actually doing. Alright, so I smoked only the face. Let me take care of the seam here that we probably don't need. A TF2 coconut. Hey, look at that. I hit the unwrap button and it all came out nice and clean this time. Well, mostly. It looks like a big jumbled mess, but notice how there's not like these enormous stretches of like vertices just reaching way in the hell out to the relative north of the map. That's what you like to see right there. And see, notice how the torso, like here's the torso pieces here, and there's those there. It all came out in a nice, neat cluster. But I know it sounds counterintuitive, but compare that to what we saw before, where it was all clumped up into the corner of the map and there's all this empty space here because it doesn't know what it's doing. That's what you want to see. So now we could probably reasonably pick out what's what. Like, I think this is rear torso exterior. No, that's interior. This is probably rear torso interior, or front torso interior rather. Yeah, so these are the interiors, and then these will be the exteriors. Front exterior, back exterior. Yeah. Fixed it. The model is still scuffed. There's still a lot of weirdness with the geometry, but it's a lot better than it was. And just by deleting one face and filling them in the way they're meant to be, just did so much for it. So much. Of course, we still have a bunch of random guff over here. I'm not sure what it goes to. So we could probably clean this up a little bit more. Somehow. Yeah, I mean, it's good enough where it is. We don't need to worry too much about all the little minute details right now. This is just getting things kind of like prepared. Now though, watch this, right? So let's just leave this as is. We're not gonna mess with it, we're not gonna fiddle with it beyond that. We now have a basic UV map to it. And we have it assigned to base plating. So these are the different materials that the torso piece is using. No, I think I only have one base plating somewhere. We'll just use that, right? Let's go back to limb base color here, which it's just a flat color. It's just meant to kind of give me a general idea of what's what and what it looks like with the base armor color that I use, which is this deep sort of pine green, right? Now you can really see the texture a lot clearer and where all the vertices are without that big color getting in the way. And why this is important is the same reason why I showed you the Arctic camo from before. So what we're going to do is we're going to unhide everything. And like I said, I'm not going to worry too much about it. Just going to kind of leave it as is. Go back to object mode. Go back to layout. Oh, wait a minute. I always have trouble with getting it back in position. Half the reason I built this thing the way I did is so I can fit it back without too much issue. It's probably good enough. That looks about right. Alright, I'm gonna start getting the other program that I use for this loaded, and we'll try and get an Arctic camo texture on that upper torso piece. While that's doing its thing, we'll export this. Perfect timing. Give me just a second here to switch the windows over. So now we're over here in Unity. And this is how I actually apply the armor to the model. So one thing I'm going to do is we're going to take this out of the hierarchy and delete it. Not just the name, but the whole thing. We're going to delete that, and we're also going to delete the base model. Because even if I mess this up here, I already have a pre-saved VRM model, which is the model type I use that makes this all work, right? With it as it was before. So I don't need to worry about that. As long as I don't lose that particular file, I don't need to worry about what I mess up here. And besides, I'm fairly confident that I haven't borked anything important. So we're going to grab the thing we just exported and move it over here. And the way I've set this up is I can just set it to have 0, 0, 0 coordinates, and it lines up perfectly. And that's just based off of the object origin point in Blender, which is that little yellow dot you might have noticed at the character's feet. So now you'll notice it is the wrong color. It's black and gray. And the reason for that is we haven't put the textures on. Now I mentioned before the materials. Well, that's what these are for. Base plating, lattice metal, and scales upper torso, which is what UT stands for. So I go to materials, and I have these pre-built already. So I have the base plating. Apply that. Boom, green. The neck lattice. That's the wrong metal. The lattice metal. And then scales metal, which is with just metal S, which is just a basic silver metal. Boom. And now you get what basically the same thing that I have before, right? It looks completely identical. And that's because the base plating is literally just a square, right? And all the other stuff is just base colors. It doesn't apply the UV map other than just splashing color across the thing, right? Where it comes in though is if I change base plating, instead of using this solid color to say this camo here. And I'll show you that here with like the shoulders. The shoulder uses a simple square texture with the streaks. And just by messing with the UV mapping and stuff like that, I've taken this really basic streak, sort of like yellow streaks thing, and made this out of it. And yes, you're right, that black and gray does look like a cool night camo base. You were very right about that. So if I take this and change it to, oops, I go to the shoulder material, which is right here, M shoulder. And I have these all named differently from what their file names are, but it's just so it makes it easier for me to see, like, you know, M is material, and stuff like that. So I take material shoulder and I change the albedo to this base plating Arctic, and now anything that uses the M shoulder material gets the Arctic camo. Same thing goes for the helmet. The helmet and visor have two different materials, which is what allows me to do things like transparent visors, different metallic levels, things like that. So if I hit the helmet with the same thing, which uses a texture map like here, where you can see the visor and stuff on it, the streaks, but because they're split between different groups and different materials, this visor only applies to this, where the visor is set to use that specifically. So I can use the same texture with different, same texture across different materials to achieve similar effects, or combine effects, basically. So if we go to the helmet and change it to the Arctic one, we got the Arctic helmet. Or we can do with like some of these like foresty stuff that I was messing with before, which I also think looks kind of cool, if a little bit vomity. That one looks a lot better in my opinion. But now, because we've put a UV map to the base plating on the torso, we should be able to go to anything that uses base plating and tell it to use the Arctic camo base plating, and now it kind of comes through. It's colored funny because I have it set to do something different, but if I set this here, there we go. Base plating is now a Arctic camo, and it looks pretty dang good, if I do say so myself. It weirds out down here because these also haven't been texture mapped. But as far as like the upper stuff, that's a pretty good little Arctic camo, I think. And I'm just gonna go over here and prototype sick Arctic. And let's see what it looks like live. If I grab it, I'm going to export it, stash it in the folder where I keep all the other different prototypes and variants, of which I have dozens by now. And now I can go into VC face. Select Prototype 6 Arctic. And for some reason it didn't apply. Why did it not apply? Oh, I know why it didn't apply. Because it's not loaded into the... Here, give me a moment. I'll show you what I did wrong. I applied the texture. I didn't move the torso piece itself into the hierarchy. This goes on the upper chest bone right here. I'm going to re-export it and override it. Oops. Yeah, replace. That bring was me. I have the sound up so you can actually play like sound effects and stuff like that, but if my computer makes any noises, it also comes through that. All right, give me a sec here. There it goes. So yeah, Arctic camo gaze. Now I really look like I belong at a place named Glacier. Minus the visor. The visor's a little bit of a standout, but we can do something about that too later. Yeah, I think it looks pretty good. I'm pretty happy with how it turned out. And of course I can do stuff like, I can do really wacky stuff with this material stuff, right? So if I went into, say, let's just use the helmet as a basic example, right? So let me go to the helmet, which I think is... it's that one right there. So see, that one has the frame, which is the material helmet, and visor, material visor, right? We'll go into materials, and let's do the eye reticle texture and put that on the helmet. Go really Neo with it. I'm not going to keep it like this, obviously, but oh gosh, that's a weird effect. That's because that's slightly transparent. If I set it to opaque, then it... ooh, that's kind of cool. In a very bizarre way, that's a really cool look. Is that also slightly transparent? It is. Huh. I'm kind of curious as to what that'll look like. Thermal vision gaze. I'm gonna set this one to P6 test OBR. And that's just my code name for overwritable. So this one will always get overwritten with something or other. Let's see, let's move all this over. Let's see how that looks. Ooh, it's not just thermal vision, it's like radioactive. Not that radiation actually glows like that. Alien head gaze, that's what it is. Extraterrestrial. That is cool. I might do a whole armor set for that. Like, that looks awesome. Hang on. Let me work with this here. We'll take the shoulders, just DS tridents, materials, and we'll do the same thing to the torso. Materials, base plating there. Actually, no. Let's not do that. Let's make the base plating. Just so I can do something like this, right? RGB gaze. Yeah, I could totally see it. Actually, what we'll do is we'll just disable this on the base plating for the time being and set it to be like a gray color. That way I don't have to change everything over manually. Then everything that uses base plating will be fine. '80s action figure feel to it. Yeah, I can see that. Overwrite that. In order to switch it on VC face, I have to switch to another one first. And oh my gosh. Oh, that's so cool. That's honestly sick. I love it. Literally extraterrestrial. That's super cool. See, and this is like, I've had a couple people ask me, why do I make my own model instead of getting one commissioned? This is why. Because there's something so fun and so like special about building stuff yourself. And when you get it to work and you flip that switch and it's just like, okay, let's test this out. And you flip that switch and it comes on and it works. And it's as you've seen it, as you've built it and seen kind of roughly what it's going to look like, and then just have it work. You cannot replicate that feeling with a commission. With a commission, you kind of know it worked. It's a product that's like, cool, you got it, it's here. But then if you ever want to modify it, you know, or want to do something different with it, you either have to talk to the person who made it or get someone else who knows what they're doing in that regard. Where if you make your own stuff, you can play with it to your heart's content and do crazy, kooky shit like this. Which is why, like I've mentioned it before, especially with Xionon in chat. I don't know if he's here right now. I don't think he is. He's probably asleep. But with Xionon in chat, I have mentioned doing a Starbound main character, right? My main character on Starbound, Goldheart, an armor set like that, just for the sake of doing it on Starbound and being able to have it be like, yeah, I've got this own little like model that is my Starbound character, complete with like red glowing eyes that track my eye movement and like look where I look and stuff like that. And it'll have the crest and it'll be golden and shiny and cool. And it'll all be completely custom. I do this off and then on. It comes out so good. Where'd the Arctic camo go? There it is. That is just, I'm glad I decided to do model stuff today instead of Battletech, because this is just something I need to do this more often. Like this, along with Deep Rock, I need to do more often, where I show you guys how I make what I make. Both so maybe if you want to do it yourself, then you know you get that kind of like a general gist of how it's done by someone who's been working on this on again, off again, quite often for the past couple of years. But also just because it's super cool to see, you know, the progression done and how it gets done. Like Blood Beardington, for example, has been around here basically since I started streaming, if not a little bit after. So he's seen everything and he's seen the evolution of this channel, right? And there are a few other people here who also are in that same boat. But with this specifically, like, it's not just seeing it come to live, it's seeing it made live and then made into a consistent thing. And honestly, like, this might be a thing where it's like, you know, this might be redeemed. Do you want me to do Arctic Camo Gaze every so often? Sure, I'll make it a one of those stream elements points redeems or whatever. And this will be a thing where I'll occasionally put on like different colored armor and stuff. Or maybe we'll bring back 80s action figure gaze with the 99% less lead paint and totally tubular glow in the dark. It's just fun, man. Yeah, like, exactly. It could totally become a thing where, like, I work on this and people can be like, hey, you know, maybe make this variant of it, you know? If I could ever figure out how to do, like, animations or whatever, and make it so like the armor itself is, like, has a flame effect to it, that'd be cool. I know there's ways to do it, I'm not sure just how to do it myself yet. I'd have to look into it. You know, I could take, you know, camo requests, like, you know, does someone want to see a specific type of camo? Do you want to see me do a, you know, a glow-in-the-dark effect that does this, this, and that, right? All that sort of stuff. And I really love how this came out. That's a really cool little moment. Yeah, fix the base plating, though. Eye reticle's fine, lattice metal's fine, that's fine. Shoulders use this. Oops. It glowing in the dark like that makes it really easy to figure out which one I need to change back. Helmet and visor. Apply that. And then change the helmet back to the C16 texture. There we go, back to normal. Or at least as normal as it can get. Could also totally do like the forest camo. I think this one ended up looking better than the other ones did. So I stuffed that on base plating. Oh yeah. Much better. At least insofar as that is concerned. Cool. That's good progress right there. We've only been streaming for 2 hours, a little less. Let's see, what do we want to work on next? We did the upper torso. Well, I guess let's work on, like, there's some parts of this that isn't going to get, like, affected by texturing. Waist armor that moves outward to cover the outer thighs. Kind of like typical, like, medieval knight, sort of like, I forget what they're called. What the plating's called, but like plating that would come off right here and then comes down like that. Yeah, it's actually kind of like one of those things that is in the works. Not on this particular save, but I'm trying to concept how I would do that. I want to keep with the scale mill kind of idea going forward. So it's like, you know, we'll have the scale here, But maybe we'll have like a couple other layers of scale, like similar to this. That comes off and does the same thing. But yeah, that is a kind of like an idea that I have been working on. A lot of it ends up in concepting phases and stuff, and then it's like, well, okay, I'll scrap this and I'll try it again later. But it's when I get those moments of inspiration, and it's just like, whew, I gotta do this right now, that's when I absolutely go for it. And that's kind of why my evolution is so intermittent. And it's based on like intervals of like big sweeping changes or small upgrades is when I think of, oh, I have this, and I have this idea locked in my head core right now that I know I'm gonna forget if I don't act on it, so I just go for it. And that's how a lot of this came about. Like, this looks sick. Like, I think that like this plating armor here for the for my knees and shins, and then the boots, I think that came out really, really well. Where it's just like, I know exactly how I'm gonna do that. But it's also really flat in the sense that there isn't much to it right now because it's just a base color. And it's also not something that anyone's going to be seeing any normal amount of time, so I'm not super rushed to get it done. Yeah, sleek is a good way to put it. That's pretty much the mechanized design language in a nutshell. Is it's sleek. I'm an exception to the rule where I tend to be very bulky, but I still have the my silhouette is bulky, but my general design language is still very smooth and kind of like almost organic, almost. Gloss, metallic. I could do like I did with the gold one, was a big gloss. I'm trying to keep it in a sense of like, it's not too shiny, it's not too reflective. I think what we'll do is let's pull this out. Oops. We're gonna pull this out again. I'm gonna try and make it so I can reset it back to 0 without much issue. Set object origin to cursor, and then... Nope, that didn't work. Okay, hopefully that'll work then. Yeah. Deep blue pearlescent? For what, the visor? Yeah, like I've done glowing visors before. Glowing visors are cool. I might bring that back at some point. What we're gonna do now is we're gonna make it so we can check these. Texturing the neck lattice is going to be interesting because there's so much detail to it. This is left over from that era when I substituted texture work for geometrical detail. This probably has more polygons than most of my armor does. Like if I just hide everything else, like look how involved this thing is. It comes from that up there. And that in itself is also really involved, even if it doesn't look like it. So I'll worry about texturing that last, probably. I might even end up doing that off stream. What we're going to work on right now is this sort of torso bit here in the center. Oops. That's what I want right there. So this one shouldn't be too hard. We just need to set the seams in such a way where only the outward part really gets seen. Which would mean to basically cut the bottom off, essentially. And that really shouldn't be too hard. Right, so we've got that. If we go over to UV editing, and we now unwrap that. Oh, wait a minute. Interesting. It's weird to me that it's only registering a couple different textures despite... Oh. Oops. Actually, yeah, let's do that. Let's grab this, we'll grab this, that, and this. Select linked. Hide everything else. I'll do the same thing to this one. Mark seam there. Feel hidden. Linked, hide everything else. Mark seam, feel. Okay, we already got that one. Should now have all of those. Unwrap those. At a glance, you can already tell. Oh wait, I got the wrong window up. Whoops, my bad. So I'm doing the same thing I did with the torso piece, but I'm just doing it to this central scale setting here. And I'm making it so whatever I do to the front does not affect the back. Or the back doesn't cause the front to get all made funny and weird. And it's just kind of like busy work at this point. The real challenge has kind of been done. The same thing would probably be do this right here. Okay, let's do this in the layout phase here. Let's do the scaling. So the way the scaling works is it really, like, especially the front pieces is all that you really need to see. There's one more in the back right there. So let's hide everything else. And we kind of do the same thing. Let's take the rear interior and cut around it. What I could probably do with these specifically something more like this. That's been marked. Let's go ahead, take that, hide that. We'll do the same thing. Yeah, grab something else there? No, I didn't. Okay, cool. I'm doing that right, I think. Yeah, I got it. So hide those and do the same thing. Should be fully encapsulated front, yeah. Mark seam. Alright, that one, and do the last thing to do that to the last one. Now let's go to UV editing and unwrap it. So these are going to be the fronts, and then these will be the backs. At least I'm pretty sure that's the case. What we'll do is we'll switch this over to a texture map. Let's tell scales UT to read from the texture map. Why don't you want to do that? Alright, we'll assign it to base plating, since base plating can read from that. And now we can basically figure out what part of this goes where, and we can basically recreate this on the texture map. So whenever we paint in effects like, say, you know, blood splatter from glyphids or something like that, it will look more natural when it translates to the texture than from the image itself. In order to do that, we need to let's see, so this is the rear, so I'm not worried about that. We'll grab the rears. Okay, that's a front. This will be a rear. There's a rear. These don't matter because they're not going to be seen. I don't need to worry about what those have on them. But these need to order properly. So let's order. Let's say purple is top and green is bottom. Let's figure out which one of these is the top. Okay, that's the bottom. That's the top. So we'll align it accordingly. So this would be the second one down. Nope, that's this one. Oops, where did it go? Just gonna try and make it look like it flows color-wise. Bottom. So it looks jumbled, but if I take the highlighting off, you can kind of see how the front flows from a kind of top purple here to a deeper purple to a blue to a darker blue. Kind of like that. You can see where I'm going from it, because eventually we do get into the cyans here. And you can see the cyan creeping in at the bottom of the texture here as I move it. Yeah, that's done now. Eventually we'll have to separate all this stuff out into a readable texture map that we can stick with. We have a couple more pieces we need to do, and that is we need to figure out where all of these the scale stuff fits. And we also have to do the collar. Trying to think here about how I want to do this. This one hasn't been seamed, so we should probably fix that. Not sure what all this is. It's reading from something, but I'm not sure what. Let's just get the rest of this marked out. Same routine. We'll separate the bottom of this from the top. Doing a texture on that one's going to probably be a little bit difficult, so it might just end up being a base plating thing, for what it's worth. Yeah, I think that outside of the neck lattice, which I'm not going to mess with for a while probably, I think we're ready to start organizing out the rest of the texture and kind of figure out how it'll all fit together. I still have no idea where these random squares are coming from though. The neck lattice itself, we're going to get out and shrink that down to quite a small scale because we don't need it. The neck lattice falls into its own thing anyways. Oh, you know what all this is? This has got to be the, it's these. I'm 95% sure it's the, whatchamacallums. Watch, if I do this, and I fill that entire thing in. For whatever reason, their reading is not textured, though. It's showing up with a bunch of white. But I'm willing to bet if I select and move this, there's probably like a number of... Oh, yeah. That's probably what these are. Here's a question. Where is it? Why is it not showing up? It's not rigged to a texture, that's why. Oh, all these little buggers. Scales UT is set to something completely different. It needs to be set to an image texture. Now, if I tell it to use... There we go. That explains why they were coming through white. But now we can set it to the texture map and see what's what. That's exactly what all that white stuff was. So go here, unwrap. Oops. Kind of tempted to have those be on their own texture, you know? But for the time being, let's just get them out of the mix of everything else. Grab the neck lattice. We'll also do the same thing to it. I could just kind of come out here until we can figure out what we're going to do with it. Where we'll put it on this texture map. How to go about this? So that's what that is. Kind of. How you doing, Summers? I just opted not to switch back to the normal coloring. I think the Arctic camo looks pretty cool. If a little bit white and black and monochromatic. Aha! There it is. I was wondering where that piece went. That goes up here. That's not even it. There it is. Oops, I do not want to do that. Still not sure where these go. It's right there. For some reason, those faces got separated. Not too worried about it, just curious. That's interior? Yeah, that's interior, so that can shrink down. Let's grab all this and move it all over. Just kind of out of the way. Hmm. So those are no-brainers. We know those aren't important enough to warrant putting anywhere specific. Let's see. That's the back of this diamond piece down here, I'm pretty sure. This is the front of it. Yeah. That's just above the diamond piece. Hmm. This one's kind of lopsided. I'm not entirely sure why. There's one over in the FF, so there it is. This one's also kind of lopsided. Oh well, we got it mostly figured out as to where everything goes with that. The diamond piece is upside down. Because when one texture's going left, the other's going right. There we go. Now it's all moving together. Not sure what that leads to. pieces collectively do not matter. I was putting them down there for organizational reasons. What is that? I have a feeling I should know what that goes to. Okay, it's over here. That's what that is. That means there's another one around somewhere. Or for whatever reason, this was the other one, wasn't it? It is. I don't know why it looks different, but I'm not going to worry too much around plating sections that aren't important to the main visual. One of these days I'll get around to making a or I guess I won't say I'll get around, but I'll get good enough that I won't have these questions as much. I won't have to stare irkingly at the screen and go, "What are you?" This lattice is so dang complex, I'm probably never going to give it a inner layer so you don't get back face transparency. Just because there's so much geometry to it. When this lattice and the helmet probably have more geometry than the rest of the armor combined, that's a lot of extra detail on. Probably messes with the processing power that the model takes up to run as well. That's why I'm not too keen on messing with it very much. Besides, it looks fine as is. I don't really need to, like, force it, you know? Once again, maybe one day when I'm better at all of this, I'll be, more inclined to, whatchamacallem, redo everything and keep it stylistically consistent, but also, like, a lot less resource heavy. So this is the collar. I'm pretty sure this is the bottom of it. Yeah. So that piece is not of great importance. This is the upper collar. I'll leave that there for now. There's a lot of little smidges here, which I'm not sure what they all go to. I'll consider these also to be on the level of base plating. I'll probably put them down here, where they're out of the way. I can at least tell what this is. This is over here somewhere. It's this right here, yeah. See any more purple that I can see? Nothing of enough note. Oh, there it is. It's right there. that right there. Okay, that's interior. And that has no effect on the outside, so I'm not going to worry about it. I have a feeling that this is moving something somewhere. Nope. Once again, no idea what this is. All more stuff that's going to end up in base plating anyways. And I think this is the opposite interior. Oh, it's that. Okay. It's that and probably something else. But I don't see that striking color anywhere else on the model, so we'll leave it there for now. Okay, so we figured out what the majority of these things are. I know what those rectangles are. Those are all the scales. Now we can go about assembling the main part of the model, which will be getting the primary details under control, now that we know what everything is. In order to do that, we're going to try and situate the main torso piece in the middle, since this is what most people are going to see is this. So that's where all the detail is going to really be focused around. We'll have the rear as an additional piece. So yeah, let's get everything moved out of the way now that we know what it all is and what level of importance it has. All this down here, minimal importance. So we're gonna get that out of here just entirely so we can make room for everything else. That's the collar, that's important because that'll show up right here. And then here's the rear of the torso, which will come down here. We're trying to put it pretty much in the middle of the map, more or less. There's a bunch of side plating. Side plating on relative to where they are if you're looking at the so that and that are done. These go over here. These need to be switched because I was looking at it the wrong way. These are going to be mostly base plating anyway, so we don't need to worry about it too much. This goes on the other side, I think. Or is that interior? That's exterior. This goes here. Both of these go here? Oh yeah. They're brother pieces, basically. Kind of two of the same. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3, and then this is smack in the middle. So we're gonna line that up as best we can. Scale down on the Y and blow it up. And the idea here is with it smack in the middle of the texture space, we'll be able to work on the majority of the detail here, and then we can do surrounding stuff around it. It feels like it is not completely even though. 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Just up here, 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe it is. Maybe I'm just seeing things funny. Yeah, no, it's about even. It just looks lopsided. Let's bring this all the way up. We'll have the collar on this side, because it too is also a reasonably large detail. Thinking let's flip that on its side. Just so we have space away from the main cuirass. We have all this, which is also important. Actually, what we'll do is let's move this all the way back. Let's flip that over again. Oops. And we'll have it exist, oops, alongside the neck scales. We're going to take all of this and move it over. Just kind of out of the way. Because this is going to be like light detail stuff. If anything, all the stuff that is on the back and sides will get covered up by additional stuff later on. Like I intend to build a proper backpack with the communications antenna and stuff like that that'll go over this. So the details there are really minimal as far as importance goes. So we can probably afford to just scale it all the way down. Just have it kind of like sitting over here off in a nook. And now, right? Now we find and layer the scales. This is the bottommost one. That one's the top. I think that's... yeah, that's right there. So that's technically the top. There we go. What we'll do now is we'll get these all nice and lined up. And whatever texture we put onto it should hopefully sit fairly evenly. They're not quite connected, but they look like it. I take all of them. That. Let's rotate it 90. Nope. Invert it 90. There we go. Come down here. And it won't sit right on the texture of the main Keras plate. But it's close enough to be related, basically. And these things are all probably going to have the same texture anyway, so we'll line them all up. Nice and neat. We'll have them go probably into a little corner of their own. Maybe with the neck lattice. Maybe we'll give them kind of like the same general texture as the neck lattice. Because there's a lot of like potential detail here, but for what it's worth, it's going to be a big hassle to get done right now. We'll have them down here by the bottom of the scales. That's a fair place for them to be. They are technically part of the scale now. And maybe at some point I'll redo the entire texturing so I can have them like lined up like this so I can know which one goes where. But I'm not going to try and figure that out right now. Let's grab the neck lattice and we'll bring that over. It's an important part of the model, but not an important part of the texturing. That's the weird part about it. I'll try and consolidate these a little bit. These are just back faces that we're having basically textured over so that they don't vanish for whatever reason, but also aren't like super important to the overall detail. I've learned that having vanishing back faces looks really clunky if you can see them, so I'm just putting them somewhere where they won't get in the way, but they also aren't causing vanishing back places. Back faces. Ugh. Same thing kind of goes for these interior bits here. Layer all these together. Just keep the constituent parts in their groups. For what it's worth, these can go over here, kind of like by their front faces. I even think having them on the front faces will even hurt, because whatever these things do will be disconnected from whatever the front faces get painted as. Although it will be a little bit hard to paint their front face if I can't see what's going on, so I guess we'll just move them over here. A few more sections of base plating to cover. Still have no idea what that goes to. Oh, there it is. It's the under... It's that. Okay, that's also base plating. I'm not going to say down in the junk pile with you, but that's pretty much what it amounts to. Where everything else will get kind of a baseline color that isn't like super detailed. A lot more stuff that has minor levels of constituent parts that aren't super important. They just need to be slotted in with the rest of the base plating. I'm 95% sure that's what all this is. Yep. That's interior base plating, I'm pretty sure. There's that. Grab that whole clump, make sure it's all selected, and bring it over here with the rest of the stuff. For what it's worth, we have a lot more room than I thought we would. But maybe what we can do is later on we can keep this as it is and come back to it, and we'll use this whole section of purple here as a place to mess with the neck lattice when I get around to making it texturable, because right now it is just a big mess of vertices. Oops. Just for the hell of it, we'll put it over here. I think that's pretty good. Now let's set it to something where we can see where everything is a little bit clearer. There's a lot more space than it looks like there was. Oh well. We'll work with it. But now, right, we can basically take advantage of all of this. I might blow that up just a little bit more. Like, let's take that. We'll nudge it over here. Along with the other back faces. So I think those are going to end up being the same color. It's just a silvery sort of color. We'll take all this and we'll lower it. Drag it down here. And I think we might even consolidate it a little bit. Because the textures do layer over each other, right? Or the models layer over each other. Yeah, so now we have a ton of space there. And drag this down some, and then scale it up. Not that much. Or maybe that much. Maybe we can afford the majority of the texture space here. Scaling this down. Grab that and move it to the other side. I guess what we could do is we could bring it all the way over here. I was trying to think about how to better use the space for what I'm trying to achieve. Colonel Panic? Yeah, it is. Zionon's favorite. Rotate that. Have it up here, I guess. There really is a lot of leftover space, isn't there? With the way I've situated everything. When I'm focusing on so much detail in one primary area, it's kind of hard not to do that. For what it's worth, I think we did pretty good on that, though. Here's a question. What do we paint on it? I know I'm thinking another set of yellow streaks, right? So I got the ones that go on my helmet, my shoulders, and I have one on my torso piece. Or not one, but, you know, a set of 3. I'm just trying to think about how I want to do that. Bit of a dilemma. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Hey Xionon, how you doing? Oh, Colonel Panic came on, and I said, or I was just like, is that Colonel Panic? That's Xionon's favorite. I can't complain. I'm very happy with how this is turning out. You haven't noticed I've got an Arctic camo armor now, which I need to extend to the rest of the plating and stuff like that, but I mean, it looks good as it is. And I've about got this new torso armor UV mapped and pretty much ready for proper texture painting. About as ready as it'll ever be, I think. I'm kind of curious about what happens if I export it now. Actually, let me make sure I save the UV layout. That way I can mess with it in my primary image editor later. I'll cram it in here for the time being. And to give you a crash course at UV mapping at some point. Well, I'm not the greatest at it, but sure, I can give you I can give you a crashier crash course. I don't normally draw outside of Blender, no. I use other programs, but I don't do physical draw stuff. A crash and burn course, that's it. I crashed, I burned, and I did that enough times to finally get up and get to where I am. Yeah, UV mapping is a big pain. I mean, like I said, I'm still not very good at it. But I'm good enough at it that I managed to get to this point where a pretty consistent layout for what I'm trying to do. A lot of detail on the front plate, less detail on the less important areas like the back, because the back's gonna get covered up with accessories later anyways. And there's a cape over it. And there doesn't need to be any special markings on the back. Like, that's the other thing I completely forgot to mention. It's just like, yeah, I wear a cloak as a cape. My back doesn't get seen. You don't know what you're looking at with the colors? Here, I'll show you. So, yeah, that's from Blender itself. So what I do whenever I'm doing, so after I finish making the model, right? So like I made this, let me set it to just materials. You can see what it looks like normally. Whoops. So after I finish making the model, right, then you got to go into the whole UV mapping thing to apply the textures. And when you go to UV editing, it doesn't normally do this. You have to set it, you have to set a material and then tell the material to use a texture map or a color grid, which is this. And so now you're basically seeing the geometry as I've laid it out here, and it doesn't start like this, by the way. It took me a good 45 something minutes, I think, just to separate the different pieces that were cut from the model and put them here like this in a layout that I can read and understand is like what's important and what's not. So now whatever I draw in the I9 square will show up right here in the model, so on and so forth. That's what the color grid is for. It's really, really easy to see if you do it with stuff that's square, like Minecraft textures. Like if you took a creeper texture, which is just a bunch of right angles folded out, right? It'd be really easy to see what goes where. And that's kind of what I'm going to do with Starbound when I get around to it. But yeah, basically I just spent the majority of the stream marking seams and figuring out how to cut the the vertices and stuff in such a way that it'll unwrap easy and something I can actually make sense of. That's what this entire stream has pretty much been me doing, is just, you know, killing two birds with one stone. I was supposed to stream today and I was just like, well, I'm behind on, you know, working on my armor project, so I'll stream and work on my armor project. And maybe people will, you know, find it interesting or, you know, learn something from it. And me being me, I can never really have a truly silent stream. I'm naturally talkative. Probably because I spend most of my day in just complete silence. Oh yeah, you like how that looks? Oh, you should have seen some of the other stuff we were messing with. I'll show it to you again before I call it a night here, so I'm almost done. I'm not going to do the texture painting right now. I just wanted to get the UV mapping done so I can work on it later. Might even do it tonight, just not on stream. Maybe I will do it on stream. I don't know. But I got what I wanted done here, so I got this done, and then I can work on that and all the other stuff later. Eventually. Put that back where it belongs. So now I take this. Yeah, snow camo looks really good. I take that, let's export it. Override the old one. Give me just a moment here. Delete that. And let's get it applied. I might do more armor making streams in the future. Okay, that's done. Mount it to the bone. and then apply the materials of base plating, the lattice, the scales. There. And now if I wanted to snow camo it, I can just this. I can do that to anything I want to have the snow camo on. Let's see what this looks like yet. Oh, it's kind of minty in a weird way. Good for inky. What, the, that? It would certainly play off her eyes rather well. It tastes mint. Oh, you didn't see in the Discord earlier, did you? Managed to put a face to the teasing, sort of. Yeah, so now if anyone asks, what does Inky look like, I just say she looks sort of like Mordred from Fate. Because she's basically spitting image with the exception of her eyes glow a bright green. At least that's what she told me. I was just like, I think she's a little bit different, but you know how it goes, so arguing with that one. Who from what? Mordred from Fate? Just go on Google and look up Mordred, like this. Just Google that. And the character that pops up looks very, very close to Inky. An animeified version of her, of course, but... She tries to avoid realm jumping if she can. Even by portal, it's not exactly the most comfortable thing to do. If she's going anywhere, I'm usually going with her. That's just kind of how it be. You expect her to be dark and shadowy? Why? Oh, because demon? I mean, in most cases, it's nice that most people don't think of that when they think demon, because then they don't suspect her as much. The glowing eyes are kind of like a, huh? But then, you know, we have mages and stuff around here, and sometimes their eyes glow from them being a little bit too hyped up on magic. So, you know, I mean, she could be classified as a mage, seeing as she is naturally very magically inclined, so that's not too far off. Look at that forest camo. Like that too. Now what happens if I stick it on the visor? It probably looks terrible. Yeah, not very good. Cool, now I can have forest camo. Okay, you can see what happens when I don't have UV mapping stuff on other things. Like, the lower torso guard isn't so bad, but these just get complete bleh for some reason. I'm not sure why it's doing that. I know they're not UV mapped, but at the same time it's like, neither is that, but that one somehow comes out somewhat fine. Yeah, that's fair. It's just weird to me that this doesn't have issues, but the rest of it does. Although that diamond pattern on the boot is kind of cool. Diamond, it almost looks like a Triforce from Legend of Zelda. That's a weird occurrence. Not sure how that goes. Export that. Oh, that's the wrong one. There we go. Now it's fully overlaid on the textures as needed. The neck lattice actually, for not having the camo on it, works pretty well with it. Yeah. Maybe during a Deep Rock stream, what I'll do is for Deep Rock streaming, tomorrow perhaps, I will build out camo patterns just for my armor, just for these parts of armor that I have it working on. So depending on what mission biome we're going to, I'll have different patterns that I can equip. Kind of like what I do with the Deep Rock armor set I have on in-game. All my dwarves are have camos set to their biomes. I think that'd be a cool little thing to do. Let's see here. I guess we could probably do that on stream, since I've probably about had it with 3D modeling for the day. It really is quite... It burns me out, you know? I can't do it for long periods of time before I start going like cross-eyed. Or the mech equivalent of cross-eyed. But if you guys want, I'll keep streaming and we can work on like making some camos and stuff. In fact, I'll show you how I made the Arctic camo. the Arctic camo was not hard to make, but it was kind of like, it was like, oh, I could use that. It was one of those cases of a, I didn't mean to do that, but then I did, and it was just like, that works? Okay, sure. You know, it's kind of how it be. I guess we'll use this one if we ever go into, like, glacial strata or something. Let's see, what other biomes could we probably use it on? We'd need us, like, a more grayish one for crystalline caverns. Maybe gray with, like, hints of purple, because of the purple crystals that are common there. We could probably use this one as fungus bogs. In fact, you know what, let me do a thing real quick. I'm going to set... Oh, here's one more to show you, Xionon. This one's crazy. Check this out. Extraterrestrial 80s action figure, like, glow in the dark gaze. I was not expecting this to work the way it did. This is the eye reticle colors just put on the armor. And it looks hilarious, but also super cool. I'm very happy with how that turned out. I go back to the Arctic one, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go into my the folder where I have all these sorted, and I'm gonna make a second prototypes folder just for the Deep Rock Galactic ones. Let's do DRG biome camos. And we'll stick Arctic Forest in there. And it forgot the... Oops. There we go. Ignore that. That was me making a derp while moving files around. Files that are in active use in VC Face. Whoops. Alright, hold on. Let me... How do I want to do this? Let's open that up. We'll switch here. Let's try and get a few biome camos made. Yeah, see, like that, like there's the Arctic camo right there. I never even closed it. Whoops. Oh well. I'm gonna need to sort these things by folder here, otherwise there's going to be a lot of stuff in this little media panel. Let's see, let's do your G. That's going to bother me. There. Let's rename that to Snow Camo. Let's do Arctic. And we'll stuff that in there. And let's do another folder. is base armor. And the reason for that is I even have those in there is because I was going to try and use the same methods for this, right? To give the base armor a little bit more feel to it, make it less flat. And you'll see what I mean in just a second. We're gonna rename this to do this cam mat L1 layer 1. And we're gonna create a new composite. Do camo base 2048 by cool. And now we can just dupe this as we need it and turn it into something else. We don't have to recreate the whole thing again. Let's take this one and we'll do... Would be a fun one to do. Maybe fungus blocks would need to be a darker green, perhaps. Oh, let's do magma core. So for this, we're going to need a new plane. Let's give it a flat texture and layer 1. And now we need to hit it with an effect, which is, I think, geometry? No. Generate, that's it. So generate clouds. So I'm pretty sure that's what it was. Was it clouds? Maybe it wasn't. Clouds, caustics. Wireframing. I could have sworn it was clouds. Maybe it was smoke. Let me look at this. I can probably look at it and just know what it is. I renamed it so I don't know what effect it is. Oh, it was fractal noise, that's what it is. I'm a derp. Yeah, there we go. That's what I'm looking for. So if I do blob, it turns into the Arctic camo design. So this will be magma core, which means magma core is very craggy, and it's very dark and kind of like fiery with like a hint of like flame on it. So it'll probably be a mix of like iron oxide and volcanic from Mech 5. Colored clouds. So probably emboss or marble maybe. Or wood. That'd be a good way to do like a tiger camo right there. Energy. I like the way energy looks too. Fluid's cool. Smoke is cool. That's where I got smoke and cloud from, is because those are types. Let's try emboss. We'll try emboss on an interpolation of linear? No. Block? That is such a cool look. It reminds me of some starbound blocks. Just in the way it's patterned. Let's just keep it cubic for now. Can mess with the seed a little bit. Let's give it a 45. Oops. Can adjust the scale, make it larger or smaller. I think a 250 is probably safe where it was before. And we'll rotate it on a 15. So it kind of looks a little bit more like a rock wall, I guess. You can scale it on the axes. Oh, wow. That's really trippy to look at. Actually, yeah, that probably covers a bit more of what I'm looking for, actually, is an 85 on the Y. Let's see. Can influence it a little bit less. I think 45 is comfortable. Can really scale it. That's fine. Suppleable 4, 5. That's fine. And then, oh, we could really mess with it there. Offset the layering. I love how much you can do in this to just make so much cool stuff. Center subscale. Oh, that changes it. Okay, cool. So that's done, and now we just give it the right colors. And we could probably, like, if we can't get the right colors that I'm thinking of just with this one layer, we could probably do multiple layers and blend them. And that'll probably work well too. Let's start with color 1. Color 1's gonna be like a dark brownish sort of effect. A really dark brown, almost like a reddish brown. And because it's magma core, a lot of black would mix in. Could probably raise that a little bit. It's not like that though. Let's make it like a bit more of a gray-y. No, black's better. Black adds more contrast. Color 1 could probably be up a little bit. 4218. Let's do 4520. Kind of gives it like a rocky crag look. Can we emboss the emboss? That's a weird look. What if we find edges? Oh, that turns it into like dirt or something. Like actually dirt. I love messing with this. It's so much fun. We could glow the darks. That would have to be a very minor effect. On a very light scale. Be 15 pixels. 0.5. That really darkens it. Let's do 0.3. 0.3 and 12. It's such minor changes, you almost can't even see it. Or the whole thing is trying to glow its dark, in which case it's probably not doing anything, from what I can tell. But like, you could totally pass that as like a ground map to use as like a dirt texture in a game, easily. And if you wanted to be really funny with it, you could hit it with a mosaic stylize and distort. And just give it less horizontal blocks, or basically less blocks across the board. Maybe 75. Boom, instant Minecraft texture right there. Easy peasy. I could probably put that on a dirt block and no one would be able to tell the difference. I love that. That's literally a Minecraft dirt block. Just hit it in 16 by 16, boom, done. No pixel arting required. Granted, I would much rather just get good at pixel arting to do my own dirt blocks, but that is still really cool. Could do it in 32 by 32 as well. Change the colors, rotate it around a little bit, and make it like, you know, like a gray sort of effect. Boom, easy snow texture. So do I. I'm actually friends with a couple people who are really good pixel artists. But I think it'd be cool, right? Just hear me out here, to have a bunch of ground sets that were done through like this sort of thing. Whoops, I didn't mean to do any of that. Not that I do that, right? I'm not trying to knock pixel artists. I myself am not very good at it as all. Maybe we'll keep the pixelization in like 64 by 64 and use that as No, it's gonna be still gonna be too pixelized. We'll do 128. That way you still get some good detail out of it, but there's like a lot of variance. And with that, we can use that to make the armor texture. So let's try that. Let's see how that looks. What I'm going to do is I'm going to export the frame. I'm going to go find where it exported to, and then I'll move it into Unity. So give me just a moment here. I had a folder I was exporting it to, and I can't remember what I did with it. Okay, I'm just being blind. I literally glossed right over it. Right at the top of the folder I was looking in was the other subfolder. Yes, I am referring to you in part, Zionon. You're not the only one I know who's good at pixel art, but you are one of them. That gaze helmet you made in Starbound is nothing short of amazing. Why can I not switch to Unity? There it is. All right, let's see how that looks. We'll put that over base plating first. It's kind of hard to tell, honestly. Yeah, it's very rusty. They could probably afford to be a little bit lighter. Like, now that I think about it, the Magma Core's rock isn't that dark. I'm gonna brighten it up a little bit, and then we'll try it again. Let's try this instead. That's a little bit better. You can kind of tell that that's more of a texture to it. It could probably afford to be a little bit brighter, maybe. I'll hit it with one more brighten. $90.40, that looks good. I'm gonna delete these. Reset back to base. Base plating. Honestly, for like a Magma Core texture, that's probably not that bad. It's like digital with a side of like rust, which I really like the look of. And then beyond that, we could probably do like a darker finish. Kind of, yeah. That's one we're definitely gonna have to do. We're gonna have to do desert camo for sandblasted caverns. I don't really think I want to have the entire armor set caked in the stuff. Like a little variance would probably be pretty good. I don't know, what do you guys think? Should I make a variant texture to use on the shoulders? At the very least, like this, it kind of gets a uniform look to it, where it's all the same camo. Oh, you know what we could do, though? Instead of forcing a variant texture, let's just use one of the other ones. Let's bring those in here. Bring those back. Take the shoulders and use a slightly darker cut. Then the helmet can be the darkest of the lot. So it adds in almost like a gradient effect of like kind of bright, middle road, and then scorched. Let me rename this one as Prototype 6 Mag Core. Let's see how that looks real quick. Well, at the very least, I would, for the most part, blend into Magma Core. Honestly, kind of hard to see a little bit against the black background. It kind of takes on the, oh, what's that camo called from DRG? The, I think it was like Rusty Umber or Burnt Umber or something like that. That kind of creates that effect. Obviously, I still have a little bit of shine to me thanks to the metallicness of my armor, but I think that looks pretty good as like a camo for like a dark, very burnt/grounded area. I don't know. It might need more gray for what it's worth. It might need to be like a mix of like black and gray rather than black and brown. But I think that looks pretty good. All right. So we got Glacial Strata. We got Magma Force. We got the two polar opposites, basically. I can put any texture on me and it just looks good. Eh. Well, I'm glad you think so. Not implying that it's not a good texture. No, I think it is. I'm not saying that you're implying that at all. Oh, I'm getting pinged. I've been in contact with one of my other branch commanders, a very good and very old friend of mine. No, I think for the purpose it's meaning to serve, I think it looks pretty good. It's meant to be a camouflage for a dark, dusty, not very clean place. But I do think it might need a little bit more gray since, like, thinking about it, magma core isn't very brown. It's just, you know. So you see what I'm saying? I could probably modify it. But let's switch back and we'll try and get a mood. Okay, let's try and do whatchamacallit. Let's try and do, why can I not think of the name? Dense biozone, that's it. Dense biozone with a very bluey, like ocean corally kind of vibe. So we'll put a pin in this one. Let's go back to our camo base. Let's rename that. And same routine, we'll start with a plane. Dense Biozone's color palette is very... Well, let's figure out what camo pattern we want to use on it, right? And I think for this one we'll want... Well, like I said, Dense Biozone is like a dried up ocean, underwater biome without the water. So maybe a very flowy sort of, maybe a watery kind of look almost. Let's hit it with another fractal noise effect. And this one we can do like, maybe blob. Maybe marble? Or wisp. I like the way wisp looks. Energy, too. Maybe energy? I'm thinking energy zoomed in would almost look like water flows. Let's give it a very, like, light bluish sort of hue like that. And then, if I recall correctly, it also has some like lower greens, like seafoam lowers. Okay, that needs to contrast way harder. But I think we can force a contrast here if I hit it with a color correct. It's that one, not the other one. So we'll work with max contrast. We'll jack up the exposure some. I think 0.65 is good. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, you hit it with exclusion. It looks like blood. So we're not going to bother with blending it to anything right now. Let's zoom it in, I think. Or I guess scale it up, rather. We'll keep it cubic. Let's make this one a 60. Let it seed. We'll scale it up. Oh, the subsetting's not working. Oh, hey! I scaled the subsetting down and now it looks much better. I was wondering why it was so blurry, but that's why. So now that shouldn't have any effect. I guess I turn the influence down, it wouldn't work either. One of the two. What I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to make it scale up. There we go. Maybe 430? Or just 400? Oh, that's such a weird looking effect. Nope, not quite what I was looking for. This might be a little bit too blue for dense biozone. It's like it's like right in between, it's like right in here is what color really is. That's way too bright. You know, let's try this. Let's try energy dense biozone. Let's pull up like a reference image and see what we can kind of get from it. That's what I'm missing, is the red underside of the rock. I was wondering why it felt so off. Let's see, can I pull up an image capture here? Will this work? It's reading all formats. I don't know why it's not showing up. Maybe I'm just being blind. But yeah, I'm just being blind. This is what I'm going for. This is the biome I'm going for, and I'm completely missing the fact that there's a ton of red. So it's like light blue with like a dash of red. So let's take this and we'll turn it that color, like... It's like right in here somewhere. Almost a bluey orange, really. See if I'm getting that right. It could probably be a little bit more clear on what color it is. But I guess to do that, I'd have to set the scaling of other stuff. Man, that looks so trippy when you zoom it out. Let's see. The blue could be a bit darker, probably. More like that almost. So it kind of meshes with the ground better. This one has a lot of variance to it, though. There's a lot of cases of like, there's like a bright spot here, and then it gets really dark, and it's kind of mid here, and then there's another bright spot over here. Which I really kind of like. Oh, let's turn that down. Turn that down, zero that out, and raise the blue. Yeah, there we go. I like the look of that. That's almost on point. Let's see how it looks, though. I'm kind of curious as to like how it looks now, and we'll make adjustments after the fact. All right, hold dense biozone. Let me switch the scene over so you guys can see what I'm doing. We'll start with the base plating. We'll hit it with dense biozone. Oh, that is weird. That is so alien looking. I kind of like it. Kind of don't. If I wanted to blend in as a chunk of coral, you know. It is nice, pretty colors. I don't know if it's dense biozone enough though. Like a beautiful sunset over an ocean. I could totally do that too. Put that on a texture and then plant that on there. You can do anything with textures. You have the means to create it. I'm thinking... Okay, why can I not... Okay, here we go. I'm thinking we're gonna zoom it out by 50%. We'll zoom that out by 50%. And we'll see how that looks. Like, there's the difference for you. Oh, that looks good on the helmet. Check that out. I really like the way that blends. Kind of see the, you can see the split in the texturing right there. That's a little bit weird. But I mean, beyond that, the other version also looks pretty good. So we'll use the base one here for the helmet. There's a split there too, but it's not as obvious. I think what we need to do is we need to make it so that the base plating blends more like this does. Or it's more tie-dye. Or not tie-dye, but you know what I'm saying. It merges more. So I guess for that, maybe we scale it up. Let's see what a scaled up 650 does. So once again, for comparison, here's the original, scaled out and scaled in. Ooh, that's a lot better. There's some sections where the texturing doesn't blend in quite as well, like with the collaring, but it's not too bad. I think that overall looks a lot better, though. That there is very dense biozone. With the exception of maybe the red is not quite the right shade of red, but I'm not going to be too picky about it. I could almost call that dense biozone, I think. Once again, I feel like the colors need to be tweaked. But I think the general gist of it's right. Like the dense biozone stuff I use is a lot brighter in Deep Rock. So maybe we could try that. Can I just switch it? Yeah, I can just switch it. I don't even need to bother with the transition. Okay, I'm curious. I have to know what this looks like. Just having seen it so many times. You know what? That might actually be it right there. Yeah, blend in with the NATO site shockers. Yeah, you can see what I mean about the red not being quite right. I think the red needs to be brighter. It's like almost like a peach pearl something orange. I'm trying to figure out how to make it less. I have no idea what I'm messing with there. Is that the blue or the red, Xenon? FE6E72. Yes, we need to turn the blue down, because the blue is way too scaled in. I see what we need to do. We can scale this in. Turn the amount of subbubbles down. So the influence has an effect, but not too much of an effect. I'm trying to reduce the amount of these things that are on the screen at once. Oh, that's weird. Maybe it's time to try and do a double layer. So we'll dupe that, so we keep the settings. Hey, there we go. That gives us a lot more of the red. That worked out really well. Maize on the back of a box of cereal. Yeah, I could see that. I'm almost thinking that energy might not be the way to go. Oh, that's a cool look. Check that out. Marble does crazy things to it, too. Let's go with the emboss again. That might give us a more varied blend of the stuff. Oh, you can do so much weird stuff with this. I'll try scaling this down. Okay, wait a minute. Let's do the blob with a high scale and rotate it so it flows down and to the right or up and to the left, whichever way you're looking at it. But I'm looking at it down from top to bottom and going right, so down to the right. And we'll adjust the scale just a little bit to 65. With an influence of 75. We rotate this to 75 degrees, so it just is a little bit more, not linear, but like cleanly cut. Split between darken and none there. I think none's probably better on the blending. Yeah, take the opacity out down completely and you just make it a black and red. I think that's good right there. I like the way that looks. Let's give it a try. That's it right there. That there is a dense biozone camo. That looks cool. I like that. That looks so sick. Nice job, Zion. Hold just the right color to make it work. Oh, don't get me started. I'm already gonna want sugar enough as it is after this. Alright, cool. We have a dense biozone camo now. For what it's worth, I think the Arctic camo and Glacial Strata camo will be different, because Glacial has a lot more blues to it. Someone gives cotton candy to a raccoon and it proudly takes it, washes it, and is confused by where it's gone. Aww. Granted, that much sugar probably isn't very good for a raccoon. This is so cool. I'm enjoying this. I'm loving the hell out of this. It is also getting dark though. I need to turn a light on. Thanks for the hydrate. Get that in just a sec. What's it remind you of? Welcome in, Zet. We're doing camos. We're doing camos for tomorrow's stream. So we have dense biozone here, which is why I look like cotton candy, because look at dense biozone, right? We have magma core. Let me find it. Which is based kind of on the dark umber sort of effect that I use on my dwarves and DRG for magma core. And then we have Arctic camo, but I'm probably gonna change Arctic camo to have more blues for glacial strata. Crab got? What's crab got? Yeah, this would work on with a cold cod map setting for sure, but not quite glacial strata. Oh, that. I didn't know that was a thing. Oh, let me pull up glacial. Oh wait, there's one right here. Let me pull up the glacial strata one real quick. Yeah, glacial's way bluer. So we'll probably have to rework that first. So let's go back to what we'll do is we'll basically take this as that's what it's built as an Arctic forest base, right? Alright, thanks for the lurk, DJ. Enjoy your night, man. So we'll take the Arctic forest and then we'll make a variant of it for glacial where we just change the colors. Also, whenever I start playing Polaris, yeah, for Unturned. Very, very true. This one shouldn't be too hard. We just need to switch it out for a more blues and whites. In fact, let's dupe it. And we'll see if we can do this with just one. But if not, we'll go with two. Because we're probably going to need the grays a little bit to break it up some. Let's do that, right? Then we'll bring this in. And we'll go full white on this. So now we just have to go for like that straight cyan color now that we have the base. I'm glad you like it. A lot of it reminds me of like would-be Minecraft music, and some tracks also make me think of Starbound, which is probably why I like it so much. You find it eerie? I wouldn't take it as eerie. I find it relaxing. I was so tempted to put on the other playlist earlier too, and I was just like, nah. I'll leave it on the chill music playlist. Even though it's gotten to the point where it's definitely starting to loop a couple of tracks. The playlist itself only is 3.5 hours long, so we've been streaming longer than that. The thing we need to do is we need to combine white with, like, full-on white with this, like, cyan blue. SEMA? We can put some darker notes on this one here. Let's remove that, and we'll take this and we'll use this to build darker notes out. We need to blend it instead of trying to use its opacity. I always get the two confused. We need to blend it too. Whoa, okay. Actually, I know what we need to do. We need to take the white and make it like that. Dark one has a hint of purple. It kind of does, yeah. I'll try to force a contrast here. I'm trying to figure out where the purple's coming from, because there's no reds mixed into this at all. Neither of these have any reds, and neither of these have any reds. Well, that has a red, but it's forcing a white, right? Like, it doesn't change much if I do that. You're seeing kind of like a darker blue, maybe. Because I see like a dark blue right there. Oh, if I look really... Yeah, I see what you're talking about. If I do this, it's kind of purple. That's really hard to notice, though. Crispy Twitch compression effects. Alright, now let's just go with the shape of it. Now we got the colors right. I'm pretty happy with those colors for what it's worth. I do kind of wish it was a little bit paler though, because there is like snow and stuff in glacial strata. Camera doesn't do very much if you can't blend in with the environment as well, so... eh. I'm trying to figure out how I would get more white into this. Not like that. It's really not blended at all. I don't think. Oh, it's added. Okay. Negative would do something else. Does difference in normal change anything? No. That right there is the color I was thinking of with dense biozone. Whoops. Not gonna change it right now. Dense biozone already looks good enough as is. I think what I need to do is I need to change this to be, instead of deeper blues, just make them both white. Then come up here, disable and mix there. Yep, thanks for stopping in, DJ. Oh, that didn't have the effect I wanted it to do at all. So we need another layer that has white in it. like proper white. That's a cool look, by the way. I like that blue purple. Now we take this and I think we scale it back. Scale it back and make it hard to see. I'm trying to layer it in such a way that it's just blindingly. Oh, you know what I can do? Let's try this. Pokemon jazz. Whoa! Check that out. That is such a cool effect. Like, I know what's obviously going on there, but I mean, look at that. That is... wow. I wasn't expecting that at all. That was super cool. Run that up and rotate it away. Obviously it doesn't do that when it's rotated, but at the scale it was at, ugh. Just that right there is something I'm probably gonna save. For no other reason than because that looks really cool. Let's see. Oh no, is that too busy? Is that too busy of a design for a camouflage? Hey! Infraray, welcome in. We're working on DRG camos for my avatar. Currently trying to do Glacial Strata. And yes, this music is banging. I hardly ever get to use my entire chill stream playlist. But tonight's one of those nights. How are you doing? I think it could work. It is busy, but at the same time, I mean, look at the image of Glacial Strata over there. There's a lot going on in that, too. You can definitely see, like, the ice flows to this one. More so if you, like, hit it with the linear / block effects. Like, block it, and you get the jaggedness of the ice. And that just gets ridiculous if you do the emboss. Oh, okay. Just shattered ice right there. That is super cool. I'm keeping that too, even if we don't use it. There's one more thing that we're generating out of this that's just absurd. So many settings, so much to mess with. That is really weird too. I'm not sure why the Wisp is doing that, but... Put that faintly on the visor, the shattered ice. This right here, actually. Like how that's the wood effect. Yeah, we absolutely will, like, try it. Only on the edges, I don't know if I'll be able to pull it off quite that easily. I can fiddle with it, but it's not something I can just apply immediately. The visor is itself one texture, so if I change the texture, it'll completely sweep the entire thing. But yeah, I'll try it. I have so many Glacial Strata stuff in here now. Granted, I have more for Dense Biozone too, but, you know, that's neither here nor there. Let's switch over to Unity and try it. Let me get that image out of the way too so you can see what I'm doing. I'm gonna need to like put folders in this or something for this. I'm gonna fill up this whole section with camos. Yeah, let's take our Glacial Strata stuff and put them in there and see what it does. Gushers flavored camo. Yeah, that's the Dense Biozone one. I think it came out good. Looks like cotton candy, Gushers, oh gosh, just so much tasty stuff. I think you'd hurt your teeth on that one, darling. So they're saying, oh, she could eat me up. Don't need me to be in the armor for that one. Alright, so this is the cool effect we got. Oh, that's cool. That is so nice. Look at that. Like actual like ice chunk something or other. When does she not? Good question. That actually works really, really well. Just purely by accident, coming up with that effect when messing with the scaling. And here's the normal Glacial Strata camo, which is this. I could see it being Glacial Strata. Well, with all the jagged edges and like the mix of colors. And because I said I will throw this on the visor and see what happens. Yeah, that's actually not half bad. Let's try the other one. I think I like the first one a little bit better. It does kind of like creep to the edges a little bit, like over here. That's not what I meant to do. That doesn't really work either. Guess what I could probably do is I could force a, I won't mess with that right now. I think that's a pretty good Glacial Strata camo, though. I think we did good there. Save it, ship it, pack it, whatever it goes. Let's see. Oh, that's so blue. I love it though. It's almost, you know, it's almost diamond. It's almost like Minecraft diamond levels of blue. But like placed against, you know, a Glacial Strata background, can absolutely see it. Can't see me now, bugs. Oh wait, they don't need to see me, they don't have eyes. I'm keeping this one. This one's nice. Okay, so we have Dense Biozone, Glacial Strata, and Magma Core. Alright, it's already getting late. And oh, what the hell? Goblin! Raiding in! Holy crap. Welcome in, Raiders. Thanks for the raid, Gobby. How was your stream? How was the just chatting? Anyway, welcome Raiders, my name is Gaze, and currently I do not look like I normally do. We're making camouflages for Deep Rock Galactic for me to wear when on stream tomorrow and such. I'm currently wearing the Glacial Strata camo, which we just finished making. It came out good. But beyond that, I am a robot who plays games in his downtime. Grey Hill Incident started the Christian Doc. Interesting. I've not heard of either of those games, but they do sound quite fascinating. Cheap bad game, huh? That's quite the descriptor. Actually, give me just a moment here. It's the good kind of bad? That's understandable. So here's the Arctic Forest that we've gone and made today. Well, not today necessarily, but we completed it. I already had it kind of in the works. We did a lot of UV mapping and stuff like that in Blender earlier. So we have the Arctic Forest. This is for Magma Core. This is the start of the DRG stuff. I feel like this one could probably use a few color tweaks, but it is otherwise quite nice. We have the delicious looking Dense Biozone camo, with a lot of the reds and blues of the coral sort of environment. And of course, as you've seen so far, Glacial Strata. It's a very chill camo. They're cool, right? Heh, heh, cool. Ah. Yeah, I'm quite happy with them. They are, it's nice that I'm able to, like, really expand on the looks and stuff I can present rather than just the typical green and yellow. And it's really becoming just, it's so fun to mess with these things and create really cool looking effects. Let's see, do I have any of the others? I know I've done a couple other things you might get a kick out of. Oh, yes. Alien like glow-in-the-dark alien look. This is a really cool one. I'm really happy with how this turned out. It's even got a little bit of transparency to it. You can kind of see my insignia in the back there, behind the helmet. So yeah, this one came out really cool. I like this one. Let's see. Where's the one that's the gold chunk? The res camo? The res camo will absolutely have a glowing bit on it. Maybe it'll turn the visor into a big glow chunk. Oh, I don't have the glow. Speaking of glow chunks, where's the gold chunk? Look at this one. 80s glow-in-the-dark action figure.
We're rich.
I need a "we're rich" spam sound effect at some point. But yeah, I can turn myself into a gold chunk. Gilded AF. I'm like that floor at the end of one of the Hobbit movies. Where, not Durin, Thorin is standing in the hallway and the floor is just gold. I am the floor. No, I'm not gonna say that. Oh gosh. I almost said something that was gonna... Oh my gosh, look at the bloom on that. Blinding. That is super cool. I like that so much. And this is without messing with any lighting settings. This is just the material settings. I bet I could do like a hand poured effect, right? Where it's got the ripples from like the from like when you do like pouring gold into molds and stuff like that, it has the ripples. I could probably totally do that and give this texture a little bit more something. Another giant robot game you're gonna run past me at one point? Oh yeah, what's that? Mass Builder? Also, I don't know if you can really see it. You kind of can see it when I'm on the Unity view. But what I've been working on is... Oh, 1 second. That was an unpleasant experience. Yeah, please do, please do. I've been working on fleshing out the armor, so we now have a more clear scale mail sort of medieval look as time has gone on. Yeah, so far that's what we've worked on, is getting the UV mapping done, which took up the majority of time, and then we've been making camos for the past, what, hour or so? Past hour and a half-ish, roughly. At least I think it's been an hour and a half. Maybe it's been less. I don't know, I start to lose track of time after a while. I think we'll go for another 45 minutes before we call it a night, because it is getting late. But I want to make at least one more camo, maybe two. So if you just give me a moment here, I will find the next biome we're gonna do. Let's do Azure Weld. We'll do that, and then we'll do Radioactive Exclusion Zone to cap it off for the night. So with regard to Azure Weld, right? This is the kind of look we're going for. It's very purpley, like exceptionally purpley. a very dark sort of colored camo, but also still very beautiful. Salt Pits camo is just a giant salt lick for Inky. Salt Pits will be easy. Salt Pits will be like red on white with like a little bit of layering to it. And absolutely a bit more of a metallic hit too. Like there's already a Salt Pits camo in the game though, so it's like I can just base off of that. Giant salt lick for Inky, good grief. Alright, let's get started. So we're gonna go ahead and close Glacial Strata since we've got that handled, and Dense Biozone. We'll make a dupe camo base and do Azure Will. Crack that open. Add a plane. Camo matte layer 1. I wish we have so many of these now. It's kind of ridiculous. Just like before, we'll start by generating some fractal noise. And I think this one will have more of a hazy effect because there is a natural haze to Azure Weld. So we'll try and like make, I think we'll make striking, let's do dark purple with like striking dots to like kind of like simulate the bioluminescence of the flora here. So dark on bright with a bluish overhaze, if that makes sense. So let's get started. We'll do, I think first, let's figure our base colors. I think we're gonna switch our white and black for each other. We're gonna pull the scale way back. Oops. And we'll start with like this deep purple, like that, but way lower. Maybe 35/45 on the red and blue. Might change the type. I don't know, that's a tough one. Actually, you know what? I've got an idea. Let's do that, right? Now let's scale this. I'm thinking emboss on a... I'm thinking emboss over block, right? To kind of give it a digital sort of effect. We'll scale it 95, so it's kind of got a mid-sized thing that you'll be able to see the... whatchamacallit? The detail there. And then I'm thinking we're gonna do something a little bit different than we've done for the past few. We're gonna do one of my favorite effects ever, which is bonfiring. We're not gonna use the fire or the smoke. No, we are going to use the embers. Because of course we're going to use the embers. We need to scale this thing way up. Like 2,000 up. And then bring the size of these down. Take the amount up, probably double it, more than double it. size down again. Amount up, I think 750 will probably do us good. Let's adjust the spread to 50. Reduce variation to nothing. Turbulence down. And color to a nice bright pink, purpley sort of effect. And I like how that music kicks up as I start doing the thing that I'm really comfortable with, which is hitting everything with a bonfire effect and making something cool. Alright, next we're going to use my ever-favored lights and flares. Or hit that with a glow. Scale the radius down. Tweak the threshold so you kind of get that white sort of like mix into it. And then hit it with add. Let's go back to the embers. Let's spread them out a little bit. We'll spread them out and we'll cut the size down a fair bit more. There it is. That's what I wanted. Reduces the amount of giant blobs of purple. And then I think we can safely turn this all the way up to max. Yep. That gives us a nice bit of clustering. Let's duplicate it and adjust it over a little bit to increase the clustering without making it... What am I arting? I am making Deep Rock Galactic inspired camouflages. I just realized I left that image up on the screen this entire time. But yeah, we're working on dense biozone right now. I could probably turn the size of the image down without it being so bloody involved. There we go. So yeah, I'm basically taking this image of dense biozone and recreating that as a camo that I'm going to put on my armor. And I think I'm about done. I just need to add the haze. That odd bluish haze that goes over it. And we're going to do that by adding a cloud. We're going to go a little more creative than we have done with our previous camos. Let's see. Quick 3D. Fluffy cloud. Let's scale you up a lot too. That's probably 1500 right there for it to be even remotely. What did the camo be for? Well, I'm going to play Deep Rock Galactic on stream tomorrow, right? Like I usually do on Thursdays. So what I'll do is I'll change my model's armor to reflect whatever biome I'm in. Let's turn that down. And we'll tweak the cloud cover to be this nice blue. It's not creating the same haze effect that I was thinking it would. That's kind of a hard effect to pull off for what it's worth, but we might be able to hit it with a glow and still achieve the effect. Oh yeah, there it is. How are you doing, Miraculon? You having a good night so far? Or morning? Oh, that horizontal blend is nice. Looks good vertical too, but I like horizontal better. It kind of plays into the camo aspect of it. And I think I just want to tweak that purple in the background down a little bit more. I want that to be a nice dark purple. Do 20/25 on the red and blue. A biome reflection bit for the SteelSeries RGB management software? That'd be really cool. Well, here, I'll export this one to an image file real quick, and I'll show you how all this works before you doze off. So we've basically taken that image there, and I've exported it to basically just a still of that frame. Let me get this out of the way so you can actually see what's going on. So now here we have my model with the glacial strata cover or camo that we just finished. I grab that image save, put it into Unity, and then I apply it to the materials. Similar to how you did with the Molly customization stuff, how you apply materials to something and it has different effects. That's kind of what I'm doing here. Except I'm doing it to make camos that's gonna look kind of polka dotty. I wonder if I can force a glow on that. I bet I could. Okay, hold on. I need to do something else and hit film real quick. We are going to disable everything else except for the bonfire effect that's creating that. Give it an alpha channel so that it comes through transparent, go back to Unity. Yeah, a lot of VTuber stuff is done in Unity, or at least my VTuber stuff is. It's all VC Face, which is a Unity dev thing. Alright, so what I've gone and done is I've taken this and I've made a transparent version of that is just the light glows. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go here to the emission and tell it to use that so that these things will actually glow. I forgot I could do that until like just now. Let me turn the glow down a little bit. .9. Don't want it to be too bright, but not too striking either. Right? So now if I go and put this stuff together the same way, that definitely needs to go a little bit dim. Okay, no emission on the helmet. That just doesn't look very good. base plating, and then the shoulders. The shoulders will probably be enough to... Yeah, we could probably do emission on that so they glow. Turn that down a fair bit. I don't know why the shoulder plating did not read. That's why. I was wondering what was going on there. Alright, so now I take this, I'll mark it as Azure. Do the same thing to its version so I can identify it in program. AZURULD. Export. And now let's see how it looks. Biome camos, Azure Weld. Not bad. Very purpley. But if I did this right, I should be able to nuke the lights. And I have the look of a Azure Weld plants, kind of. It doesn't really have the hazing effect, but it is still pretty cool. I think what I could probably need to do is go back to the embers that I'm using to create the dots effect and make them even smaller. Like really shrink it down. Oops. Yeah, just a bit too square. That's a side effect of trying to fit this onto a texture with that's as compressed as this is. Texture squishing and all of that. I might be able to fix it with this though. I'm gonna re-enable those. You can't see what I'm doing, I'm just making a few quick adjustments that will hopefully come through more clearly. I'm gonna delete that, delete that. All right, let's try this again. I changed it so that the emission glow should be a little bit more, or a little bit less large. No, it still is. Dang it. Or did I pull the wrong one? No, that's supposed to be the smaller one. That's weird. I don't know why it did that. Very square and large on that one. I probably just need to zoom everything out a lot so that they get really small. Doesn't feel like the size has really changed much. Cool idea, need some work. I'm not gonna fuss about it too much. Yeah, here, I'll run you by the ones I've made so far real quick before you head off. So, let's see. Magma Core feels like I need, like I've said a couple times now, I feel like I need to change the coloring a little bit. But it's kind of meant to be a dark, kind of like burnt sort of look. Dense Biozone looks very delicious. It's kind of got the colors of the ground with the red and the blue. Glacial Strata has to be my favorite so far. Some lava-colored streaks. I thought about that. I completely forgot about the whole like lighting and emission thing until I just did Azure Weld. So yeah, I could try that. Yeah, Glacial's got to be my favorite so far. And then of course I have this thing, which is just ridiculous. It's the gold chunk, the compressed gold, which has quite a lot of bright effects to it. Throwing some magma embers. The day I get animated like armor effects working will be so much. It'll be so much fun. We've also got this just kind of basic Arctic camo, which was kind of like the starting point for all of this was the idea of like, oh hey, I could make DRG, you know, biome-inspired camos. And from just messing around, I've also gone and created this abomination that is the 80s action figure glow-in-the-dark. It's on a whole other level of bright. It's like radioactive exclusion zone bright. I think it looks like extraterrestrial, like alien almost. Yeah, see, the reason why it's that bright is because it goes to the textures used goes to something completely different. It goes to, where is it? It goes to this. That green is the same green that's on the reticle here. That moves with my eye and such. So what I did was I just took that material and stuffed it on the armor and it made that ridiculous effect. That is not a, something that'll be taken seriously. Hey, there's a sear vent here. Welcome in, man. How you doing? Oh boy, I just realized, do I have to go through all my armors again? I will, but at the same time, I think I've just gone through them like 3 or 4 times tonight. Rockin' Stone, Rockin' Stone. I know you've seen the gold one. I DM'd you the gold one, but now I have so many others. Here, I'll just... That thing following your eye. Yeah, I love the eye reticle. It's also on the old armor, which is what I've been re-prototyping away from. If I set the strength of the eye tracking up really high, I can make it do all kinds of crazy stuff. The reticle works way better when the eye tracking strength is just like jacked all the way up to the max. But yeah, when it does this, that's me looking over at my second monitor and reading chat. So yeah, I have eye tracking stuff that I can eventually use to do like I have a plan to take a character that I use a lot in Starbound, who has a helmet that gives him 6 eyes. Well, I'm basically going to take the whole concept of using an eye tracking reticle and make the helmet with the eyes into the helmet, right, floating in kind of 3D space, and then using that the eye tracking to make the eyes glance around. Though probably not to this extreme. That would be a little bit creepy. Okay, here, I'll run you through the camos we've made one more time before I get caught up in something else. Could be creepy good, though. Yeah, it could be. I mean, considering the helmet itself already has 6 eyes. So we have the Azure Weld camo with glow-in-the-dark plants. Where'd the light settings go? I'll be using all these camos and the other ones. I'll probably make some other ones tomorrow or tonight for to cover up the rest of the biomes. But yeah, this one has glow in the dark with plants. Glacial Strata, once again my favorite. This one looks really nice. Like you can actually see the ice in that one. Dense Biozone. It's very, Infraray says it looks like Gushers, and then someone else said it looked like cotton candy, and I'm just like, this is gonna make the bugs eat me more than normal. Chew me to bits. Coral Sherbet, yes. And we have Magma Core. Once again, I feel like I need to change the colors on this one. Miraculon says maybe like doing like lava streaks would be cool. If I could figure it out, I will. Making it actually work on a texture file is not as easy as it may look. Especially when I'm just kind of throwing this stuff together all kind of willy-nilly. The hot rot texture look I could probably force right now, honestly. Like if I switch to this, not that. Like, let's see. Let me go to MagCore. A rival tech look? Ooh. Ooh, that'd be cool. Let's see. I'll just throw that in there. Lock that one. Let's see. Generate. I already kind of have an idea of how I would do lava streaks. That pattern they all have on them? Maybe. And then just extrapolate it. I'm sure there's ways to pull that material from the game files. Let's do Wisp on not block. Yeah, we'll keep it cubic. Keep it cubic. That sounds like a saying. A cool saying, but still a saying. Oh god, that's very red. That's not what I meant to do. Maybe I need to go with energy. The full textures I'd have to recreate manually? Ugh, that'd be, that sounds like a lot of work. Alright, let me scale this in. Scale that in. Keep the black. Maybe sharpen it? That does not have an effect that I was hoping it would. Oh wow, that actually, it did catch up eventually. Nope. Okay, sharpen that, and then... Oh, good grief. Interesting how it tweaks like that. So definitely need to be sharper. Oh gosh, now it's Minecraft. That's so trippy to look at. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. I've done that a couple times now where I've done Minecraft style textures. In fact, when I was working on this magma core one, that's what I was doing. It's just like, hey, I could make a Minecraft dirt block out of this. Hey, there's the influence I was looking for. It's not quite as craggy as the whatchamacallit. I might even have to like custom make the streaks, honestly, which I could probably do with a few lightning effects and some glows. A dirt block camo for the funny. I've done a snow camo before. Like to the point where you couldn't see me against the snow block. Oh gosh, now I gotta find it. Let me see if I can find it real quick. That is such a neat little image. Oh, what did I do with it? Is it in here? I don't think it is. I think it's in like one of my old Minecraft screenshot directory folders. And sifting through that would take forever. It bothers me that, like, I know that it's there, I just gotta find it. Maybe it's in here. Nope. Oh, it's gonna bother me that I'm not gonna be able to find it. I hate it when this happens. Whatever. I'll find it later. But believe me when I say you could not see me against that snow block. You'd have to look really closely to notice it. Yeah, only when you want to show chat something does it completely vanish on you. Exactly. The tactical Minecraft expedition. Yeah. I know I've been working on upgrading my Minecraft skin too. That's also seen some improvement. Also, welcome back, Bloodbeardington. I haven't even logged on once. I was going to, initially, but then I got sidetracked with other things, and it's just like, oh right, that's a thing. Lurk, lurk, lurky, lurk. I don't know, I'll worry about the lava streaks later. The more I look at this, the more I realize I'm probably gonna have to custom make them with like a lightning effect or something. A lightning effect, a glow, and I don't know, something like that. Or maybe rain. Rain going around a warp, colored orange with a glow. I'd also have to look at what hot ground looks like so I get like a clear picture of it. That reminds me, you and I still need to do Inferno Mines at some point. Yeah, we'll come back to magma core for sure. Let's see, what others of these do I need to do? How would one even do radioactive exclusion zone? Because that one's just gray with like hints of green, right? Oh, you know what we could do? Here's a fun one. Let's do salt pits. Salt pits will be fun. I have a very good idea of how I want to do this one. Isn't it though? Yeah, I can scale it up and it just keeps going back on itself. That is not what I meant to happen. That bright green one could double as I activated uranium crystal? Yeah. If I could put it on just one shoulder and have like a shoulder that is just activated uranium. It's weird how no matter how much I stretch this one, it still kind of goes back on itself. That is so bizarre. Maybe that has something to do with the type I'm using here. All right, we'll do the emboss again. At least this one I think I can zoom in on and not have it be, like, ridiculously impossible to tell what's what. God, that's trippy to look at. Five's fine for that. I guess if I banked this off to like a 45-degree angle, it'd almost look rival-like. Okay, so there's the salt pits red I was going after. Probably afford to scale it out some, honestly. A red or orange visor wouldn't be a bad touch either. Yeah. This isn't quite gonna do what I thought it was gonna do. I had a good idea, but it's not working the way I thought it would. Some of these are so trippy to look at, though. All right, let's go with the marble on block. Taking 200 scale. Everything else we can reset to normal. I kind of feel like I want to go with like the effect of what they did with the salt crystal weapon camo that they added, where it's like just a flat red over a metallic sheen with a flat white to follow it up, and just blend that in somehow. But that'd be too easy. Overly Minecrafty there. Yep. See you later, Xanon. Rest well, man. Well, that's a weird effect. That's why I'm glad when I do this sort of stuff, I'm not staring full on at just the texture, and I have all this other space that I can look away from. Or away to, rather, to keep myself from going insane staring at some of the stuff. But sometimes you just run into these situations where it's like, this stuff is just really hard to look at for long periods of time. I think I might have to take a more traditional approach to this one. $400 clips, geez. How many do you have collected already? Like, you can't possibly be planning to turn every clip you have into into one video. That'd be so much work. Yeah, I'm thinking a traditional camo is probably in order for this, until I can figure out something better to do. Maybe just digital, right? Oh, those are just the ones you picked out? Yikes. Yeah, like just digital salt crystal. Alright, let's do digital salt crystal, but we'll give it a little bit more personality. We'll give it a... I think we'll hit it with a very light emboss, so it looks like it's got rock to it. Yeah, so I made the joke earlier. I'm just like, come and get me now, bugs. Can't see me. Oh wait, you already can't see me. You don't have eyes. Oh, that looks cool. Check that out. Yeah, when they evolve eyes, I'll be ready. They have noses? I don't think they have noses per se, but they can definitely smell. At least I'd imagine they can smell. That's also really trippy to look at. If I just spam the circle thing, the rotate. Reset that. Oh, come on. Fine. I'm trying to reset it. God damn it. There we go. It was going down for a second and then it went up again. What the hell? I'm just gonna do this. 45, 105. Yeet. One too many team kill memes drops in. Yeah, yeah, catch me now, bugs. Or catch me now, driller. This is for Scout when he needs to run from the team. We'll do 50, but I want to saturate the colors a little bit because I want more red. There we go. There's more red for you. Maybe that's a little bit too much red. It's got more red than frickin' what's her name? Black Widow from Avengers. That's probably better. Alright. Let's pull that frame and see how it looks on the armor. Fingers crossed. Oh, hey, that's actually kind of interesting. the non-UV stuff over here, like this stuff doesn't have any special mapping to it, so it's gonna look kind of weird. But all in the torso piece, wow. It's very square. Honestly pretty fitting, because there's a lot of square angles in salt pits. Yeah, that's nice. I like that. I don't know why this is showing up as kind of like... Oh, it's because they're still in a mission on it. That's why. Get rid of that. I was like, hey, why is there a weird purple glow there? We meme so hard we created war criminals? Jeez. Alright, let's see how this looks. Not half bad. I look like a salt crystal. Kind of. I definitely feel like a salt crystal wearing this. Like, I look like I'm about ready to, like, start falling apart if someone so much as just barely bumps into me. I also could be mistaken for a peppermint stick. But I guess for that to be really, like, feasible, I'd have to have more bands and stripes than I would, squares. But I mean, you know, on the upside, it'd be tasty. Probably. This would be sodium overload. I should do that. Like, closer to Christmas time for you guys, make a camo that is just me as a peppermint stick. Or, 2000% your daily sodium value right there. Yeah, exactly. Or I could make it so like I'm a helmet sticking out of like a gift box. To reuse the joke who threw gaze into the vat of peppermint cane syrup. Yeah, like back when I used to use the old armor, I actually had a glyphid blood sort of splatter effect that I had that was going across the helmet. I don't know if you remember that. That is an old model. Let me see if I can fish it out real quick. Let's see, that's gonna be in 1.5 or 1.6, I think. Oh god, it's so old. Screenshot a game and apply that to the armor? That would be ridiculous. Yeah, here's the old glyphid blood effect on this very, very old Roblox looking model. Yeah, this is an old classic. The screen color reflections on them? I have a program that does that, but OBS won't recognize it. I'm sure it's just because it's outdated. That's like, I'm fairly certain what it is, because all my stuff broke recently where, like it wouldn't recognize VC face and VC face would crash, and it was just like, it's because a driver update and I had to get all the stuff updated afterwards. It's just like, dang it. I wish you could have told me this was coming. Alright, cool. Salt pit's done. What else am I missing? So we have Glacial, we have Dense Biozone, we have Azure Weld, Magma Core. We have Salt Pits. Salt Pits was easy. What else should I do? What do you guys think? What should I do next? There isn't that many biomes in DRG. I could probably just do them all tonight. I'm not gonna be streaming that long, right? Hollow Bow? I'm kind of thinking I just might keep Hollow Bow to Magma Core. But that'd be interesting. What would it be? Like, what would the colors there be? It'd be dark brown with like shots of red, wouldn't it? For the vines? Is that what you guys are thinking? Oh, you know what? I think I know how we can do the vines too. I've got a great idea. Okay, let's make a dupe of Magma Core, because we're gonna use the Magma Core baseline and use that as the texture for the ground, right? Throwing splotches of yellow for the goose sacks. That too. Let's do this. Hollow Bow, right? Oh, right, I forgot about this. Let's delete that. We don't need that. So we have our base ground texture already, right? So that's good. That's blueberry pomegranate flavored water, by the way. That's really tasty. Okay, so we're gonna keep that, but we're gonna do vines with a... I made a comment about this earlier, about how I would do like the lava streaks. What we need is... Let's see, what's it under? I think it's under lights and flares. No. Generate. Oh, I haven't used this effect in so long I can't remember where I put it. What's in particles and sim? Duh. Just gotta watch out for the prankster slapping a corpse feeder sticker on the armor. Yeah. We're gonna play with some lightning, boys. This is gonna be fun. Okay, that needs to be further down. So let's see. First off, I need to get the color and design right. So let's change the glow to be a nice blood red. And we'll knock the core down into something like that. I'm not trying to move that. Whoops. Dang it, I'm so used to using my my middle mouse button for moving around. I've been in Blender for too long. If that's middle mouse to move this around. Also, I realize you can't see what's going on in the other thing. Sorry. It's getting late. I'm starting to kind of like lose track of what's going on. Just a bit. Okay, yeah, so here's the lightning bolt I was talking about. Straighten that out some and kind of make it curl a bit more instead of just being all jagged. That could pass for a pretty good little vine with thorns and stuff. So let's see, let's give it more chunks. 18 chunks is way too many times. 5 will do. And we'll have them cross from one corner of the armor to the other. Let's turn the wave scale down. And the twitch scale down as well. Hey, thanks for stopping in, Miraculon. Glad you were able to see some of this stuff in its stages of creation. Get some rest. I'll catch you later. Let's do... do Creeping Vine 1 there. 2's probably better. We'll turn the twitch scale down, but we'll give it a wave. We're gonna want to start duping these a little bit. Actually, no. Let's get it looking like a proper vine first. Still plenty of water in that. Gonna do a quick collapse all to give myself some space to work with here. Let's see. If we set the blend to normal, it gets darker, right? Let's see. Oh, that looks cool. It's almost like a vein. I think I like the hard light blend the best. Because at least with the hard light blend, you can still see it. Now what we can do... let's give it, I think, a 35 seed. Oh yeah, there we go. And I got like 2 kind of opposing creeping vines there. Maybe 36. Those are also pretty good. Those intertwine with each other. That's nice. But a little bit more wave scaling. Okay. Let's broaden this out. Same with the end. I think you can get really close to these and like see all the minute details that you're working with. With this one, I think we want like a 0.5 feather. Let's Scattering isn't really having much of an effect that I can see, so we'll leave that at its base. Smoothing, ooh. Let's pull back a little bit. What is that doing? That's such a cool effect, just kind of to slide it back and forth and see what it does. Let's... I think we'll give it a... Let's try 48.25. And now what we're going to do is we're going to give it branches. A lot of branches. 25. On, I think, a 45-degree rotation angle. No, 25. With an angle range of 20, so they have some variance. Okay, so that allows me to slide them up and down, and we're also going to give them a lot of twigs. Twig scale, 1.45. I'll check that angle range up a little bit. I think maybe 45. That way there's a lot more variance to it. I'm going to reduce their max scale down to 0.1. So you really get the idea that these are like thorns. Might reduce that a little bit too. Let's increase the branches to max. Alright, let's leave that at 1 for now. Let's see how it looks. Max jitter will make it go everywhere. So if we do something like that at 1.55 and over a few frames. I love doing this. It's so cool to like find that perfect frame. Boom, right there. Right there is perfect. I swear I could make a whole like I get that I'm a game streamer, right? But I love doing this. This is one of my favorite things to just do in my spare time, is just load this up and start messing with things. And sometimes I just make something super cool out of it. That invasive plant look, hell yeah. And now, right, we're gonna take it and we're gonna dupe it. This will be Creeping Vine 2. We're gonna kind of just like bring it over. We're gonna change its seed. We're gonna go way off of the beaten path with this one. We're gonna go 4, 4, 5, 5, or 5, 6 rather. We'll give it 3 chunks. And we're gonna give it a big wave scale of 3. Oh, I can't even go that high. Fine, we'll just double the wave scale up to 75. Or 0.75, rather. And now, if we drag these way out into 3D space, almost like the texture is like wrapping around the armor. And now, for a little more fun, we'll create Creeping Vine 1B. And what this one will be is an ever so slight variation. With a glow of white. Let's try and reduce the radius to the point where we can really see it. Little thorns. I still have no idea what scattering does. Now we've got those annoying thorns that will zap you whenever you're, they jut out and stick you. Those. I'm thinking the entirety of the main vine could probably afford to be a bit wider. We'll do that to all of them. Oops. Just to give them a little bit more of a look there. Do the same thing here, do that. Go to the glow, change it to white. How does this scale? 64 tops. We'll leave it at 60 then. Now let's go back to the fractal noise. And we'll try and introduce that splotching effect. So we can have the gooseack cover as well as the terrain. But for this, we're going to need to change it to probably blob. Bob linear, maybe? Let's get rid of the mosaic. Don't need that. Looking like Rockbox. Well, let's see how this looks then. At least with the yellow, the Rockbox, or with the yellow would glow. Alright, let's pull that. Oh, damn. That's actually really cool. Oh, that is so sick. That is brilliant. Invasive plants for the win. That is awesome. I like how you can see one kind of coming out of the visor there. And like kind of like stuck in the vents and stuff. That is so cool. That makes me super happy to see. This is why I love doing this, because it's just... I can't express how much fun it is to work on stuff like this, even for short periods of time, and then have it, like, it's like I was saying before, you hit the switch and it just works, and you can't help but grin and be like, yes, I did it, yes! Yeah, show me, man. Tell me those don't fit the vibe. Oh, hell yeah. Those are really cool. When did you have time to work on that? Wow. I always knew you were good at graphic design, but goddamn. Oh. Hey, fair enough. Okay, let me ask this then. What game is that from? Because those are sick. Did I export it? I have so many of these damn things. Densicle 2? Huh. Oh yeah, there it is. Oh, Destiny 2. Heh. Ooh, I like this. This is so good. Let me actually, like, here, like, look at this. Oh, this makes me so giddy to see, like, actually working. That is really cool. I don't normally like playing around in Hollow Bow too much, but this might make it worth it. That is so cool. It looks like it could give me thorn resistance. Yeah, that'd be cool. Oh, man. This might be my new favorite. Like, Glacial Strata's cool, but this might be my new favorite with, like, the vines and shit. And it's cool because, like... I guess it's worth asking, like, if I didn't tell you that it was lightning that's giving the vines effect, would you know? Would you look at that and be like, that looks like lightning? Or is it like too smooth or something? Because like for me, it'd be like lightning's too jagged, and these look more thorny and more like natural. That's my favorite part about doing this. That's my other favorite part about doing this is not just getting it to work, but like the stuff that I do with this is just so freaking like. Okay, here's another one. Let me change my background real quick. I have a background that you wouldn't look at this and guess as to what it actually is. What's making this effect? Let me turn my overlay off too. The overlay doesn't want to work apparently. Overlay off. I'm not going to turn chat off because chat sometimes bugs out. Nope, that is not a water. The base effect that's generating all of this is not water. It's actually a very common effect that I use a lot of. I've just gone and tweaked it so much that you wouldn't be able to tell. Searvent's got it. It's fire. All that is bonfire effects. The only thing on that, there's only two things on there that are not fire effects, and those are that's the moon effect, which consists of light flares, and there's a cloud effect too to give a night sky vibe. But the snow, the trees, the shadows, everything is fire. Which I think is just absolutely amazing. I actually have that. I usually use that as my my background image. Keyword usually. I only even have my insignia there right now is because I was on a podcast earlier and I figured it'd be better to have my insignia than this random art piece I made. Let me find the proper background in a whole other folder. There we go. Crazy what you can get out of tools not intended to do that. Yeah, exactly. Like, okay, here's another fun one for you. You remember the stream imminent, the laser effect? That laser effect is rain. Let me pull up the GIF. I've still got the GIF of the good riddance bugs. What did I do with it? It's in this folder somewhere. I know it is. Why am I derping? Why am I blind? Oh, there it is. Can I pull up the image here? I'll pull it up in this scene. It's easier that way. But I don't have to make a bajillion news sources that I then have to keep track of. The mech solution. You see that laser effect there? That plays off when he says "see you in hell, bugs," and then it goes zoom and explodes. That laser effect is rain. Remember, I was telling you it was taking me for freaking ever to render it out. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. But yeah, I managed to make a laser out of rain. I don't know how well you can actually see that. It's zapping in from the upper left corner. But because it's a laser, it doesn't like... Because it's a laser, it doesn't... It's not a projectile, right? It's a beam. So it's technically... on a technical level, the rain is coming in from the top left and coming down to where the bugs are, right? But what I've done is I've made it so that it's completely invisible. So when the laser fires, I make it visible, and then I have it fade out again. And then there's an explosion effect on the top of that, because of course there is. I'll just leave that there for a moment while I fish this thing out. Oh, what did I do with it? It would be... I have way too many folders. Nope, that's not it. Well, force import this so you guys can actually like see it up close. Since we're talking art stuff, might as well, right? So you can even, I don't know how well you can see it, but it says the ones that are visible are 2 rain effects. So if I go frame by frame here, you'll be able to see it a bit more clearly. So there's 1 rain effect right there, which is kind of like the surrounding particles that you get from some particle beams in like sci-fi. And then there's the main thing where it comes in for a moment, hits a light flare that is then animated to spark up right here, which would be impact. And then it fades out again. That's what you're seeing right there, is basically that same thing. Just, it's angled differently in this particular, in this. So I think if I re-enable the shockwave, yeah. I re-enable the shockwave and just let it, like, render its preview out. Let me get rid of that. Yep, that's basically all it is. File size is shooting into the stratosphere? Oh yeah. Anything that uses transparency is enormous. For example, my current final prep screen is... Well, obviously it's the image you just saw, but that effect over it, that's a transparent image. But it's been converted down to a WebM, so it was 12... somewhere in the range of 12 to 15 gigs of data when I rendered it out. And then I compressed it down to a WebM file with transparency on it. And it now sits at, let me see. It's 32.7 megs. Yeah, WebMs are an absolute godsend when it comes to doing anything like this. All my animations are WebMs because OBS just has a hard time reading, you know, uncompressed AVI with like ridiculous amounts of data. That's the wrong scene. I did not mean to click on that one. You finally converted that thing? I remember you were telling me about that the last time you raided in during one of my art streams. Let's go ahead and get rid of that. You know what I should totally do? I should totally take screenshots of like biomes of DRG and then layer in me with my camouflaged armor into that biome and use it as like a BRB, like a DRG BRB screen. I think that'd be cool. Poor Ray's just like, what? What? Where's the JonTron? What? Yeah, when you do animation and transparency and stuff like that, things get enormous. Alright, so we did... Alright, so we've got Azure World, Biozone, Strata, Holobow, Magma Core, Salt Pits done. What am I missing? Gotta do... Crystalline Caverns is gonna be weird, right? Because that's just gonna be like a gray... That's gonna be gray with like purple mixed in, I think. Oh yes, Sandblasted. We need to Sandblasted. It's gonna be a long stream. You know what? I'm all for it. I'm enjoying this. Let me split that. Let's do Sandblasted. I think a lot of it gets lost in my head core while I'm like working on it, where it's like I don't quite think about it quite as much. I think it's funny that Res has the cool tone though, when it's technically a hot zone. Oh. So let's see. Yeah, he's been looking like an Abrams tank at the end of this one. Yeah, probably. Let's see, let's do... I mean, this one's gonna be easy. It's just gonna be desert camo. That's not gonna be too hard. Controls, generate fractal noise. Let's try and do it with the clouds effect this time. It might make it difficult, but we could probably pull it off. Whoops, that was me. It's a big dust cloud looking texture. Could overexpose it a little bit. Too much influence, not a good thing. That kind of makes it look like dusty almost, I think. Probably the first time I've ever felt like I really wanted to skip a track. At least tonight. I don't know, should I go with a more classic sand camo, or should I try and keep with the clouds? We could probably mix in like little rocks and stuff with a fire effect. Or maybe even falling debris.
Negative, ma'am. They are not.
Another raid. Jeez. Hey, Madness, welcome in. How was your stream? Let's see. RSO Madness. Ooh, D&D. I hope you guys had fun with that. I hope the party had many a challenge and many a triumph. Or many a defeat. It's an art stream. I get caught up in these. I'm currently making armor camos, DRG inspired. Like right now I'm wearing the hollow bow one, which is covered in dirt and whatchamacallit, vines. And right now we're working on doing a sandblasted corridors. A spree of inspiration. Indeed. Anyway, welcome Raiders, my name is Gaze. I'm a robot who plays games in his downtime, and also occasionally creates art. I'm a very artsy robot commander person. I'm thinking we need to turn that down a little bit more. Nope, it's Hit Film Express, not Premiere. Thanks for the hydrate. Still have a little bit of water left in that. Let's see. Oh, here we come with Colonel Panic again. Oh, right, debris. I was gonna try and make rocks and stones. Workable. Workable indeed. Let's increase the life duration so we have plenty of stuff. Brick, rock, there we go. Man, we could do all kinds of stuff with this. You don't think Premiere does textures? Well, it's not really textures in the normal sense. I'm basically doing like a variety of VFX stuff with like fractal noise, clouds, you know, quick 3D effects like these rocks. And I'm taking a screen cap of them that I then turn into a texture, that I then use as a baseline texture on pre-mapped stuff. And it's worked out pretty good so far. This needs to get scaled way up. In fact, I might need to... probably need to relayer it. There we go. We have an abundance of rock in our sand. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like I can change the color on that. But that's fine. I could probably force it with a tint filter or something. Let's just leave it as is for now and see how it looks. Let's pull that frame, and we'll call it good for now. Go back to Unity, and that is the wrong folder. Give me a moment here, I need to get back to the canvas folder I was working in. Go, sandblasted corridor. You know, that almost could work. That is not half bad. I think the rocks are a little bit too prominent though. They need to kind of blend in more. That's probably good. That frame, switch back to Unity. I think that's better right there. Probably combine the two textures for like little like a rock there instead of not. Little bits and variations and such. What do you guys think about that? Is that sandblasted enough for you? Sandblasted is, like I said before, sandblasted is easy. A slight tinge of orange. Let's see if we can't do that, yeah? Let's take a layer here. Disable that. The colors for that biome are weirdly cheddar cheese when you look at it out of context. Fair enough. Something more like that then? Like here's the difference. There's before, there's after. Before, after. Jeez. You guys are gonna make me hungry. Oh wait, that's reminding me I haven't had dinner tonight. Oh boy, he's gonna be happy about what? Not gonna be happy with me about that one. Let's try that. Could probably mix the two in, right? So like do like keep the old texture on the shoulders, but use the slightly more orange texture on the helmet and torso plating, like that. Let me pull up a reference image for Sandblasted while I'm thinking about it. That's not Sandblasted, that's a cave coral. That's a lot more orange than I thought it would be. You were kidding about it being cheddar cheese. I do think that helping it along would, if it like had the flow of the texture itself, like the layering. I wanted to try and use the cloud effect, but I think maybe we'd be better off if we did the a more wavy looking effect. Let me disable that while we figure it out. More cheese, too much macaroni? Yeah. Why is that not changing? Oh, because I'm on the wrong one, that's why. Something like that, probably. To kind of create that layering effect. Oh, too cubey. Something like that, and then increase the view of that a bit more. And shoot it with orange. Let's do 0.35 and do the same thing. Linear on wood. And then the debris, probably knock that down just a little bit more. Oops. If I could make the debris the same. There we go. That luminosity effect is what I wanted. Then we can afford to scale it up a little bit too, I think. Just a smidge. Let's try that. It's gonna be a very different looking texture for sure, but I think it might work. It's very tiger. Definitely need to increase the let me make a quick adjustment here. Oops. Don't go the Tony the Tiger route. Yeah, no, hang on, hang on. I'll make a slight adjustment that might fix this. Pulling the layering off is a pain in the can, that's for sure. Alright, let me try that. This one's a little less tiger. That's before, that's after. Bit more deserty there. I can hear the sighs of relief of, oh god, it looks like a tiger. Oh no. Like a more military vibe. Yeah, I could give it a normal desert camo look, kind of like the a play on the Arctic camo that I did before. I definitely think that's much more sandblasted caverns, though, for sure. And then, of course, down here where it doesn't layer right, it just doesn't look right at all. But we're not worried about that. We're worried about the quad here, which is the upper torso, shoulders, and helmet. I'll worry about all the other stuff once I have that all UV mapped out. Delete some of these spares. Call that one good for now. I'll probably make a more proper desert camo for like the normal camo set, but I'm not going for a DRG style or DRG inspired. It's more like trying to suit the environment rather than trying to copy GSG's style, if that makes sense. Like in this case, we have the vines creeping all over the armor from Hollow Bow. Or in this case, sandblasted corridors. Yeah, I've gone through here. I'll show you what we've got. I've gone through this a couple of times tonight, but it's okay. So here's the original. This kind of like what started the whole, like, let's make DRG camos by doing an Arctic forest sort of, an Arctic forest build, right? An Arctic forest texture. Magma Core, I think, needs work, but it's definitely very burned and very dark, very fitting of Magma Core. But I think the colors need a rework. Dense Biozone looks like cotton candy, but you have the coral red and the blue ground. It's not really trying to be too serious. I'm trying to have a little fun with it, you know? Glacial Strata, which I really, really like. To showcase the fire and all. Yeah, we've talked about that one. I'm thinking I might do the same trick I did with the vines, but to make it look more More like lava streaks. This isn't part of the camo, I just have it out because it's a gold chunk. It is just gold on a ridiculous extent. Azure Weld. The purple is nice. The pink stuff actually glows. If I turn the lights out. The little purple plant bioluminescent stuff actually glows. It's a little bit bright. I'm trying to figure out how to fix the blobbiness. A couple of attempts earlier didn't do it, so I'll iron that out later. Do an error cube one? Oh, I know how I do an error cube one. I don't know if it would work quite in this, in quite the right way, but I could probably make it work. Here's salt pits. Salt pits is full of squared off formations of crystals, so this one kind of takes on like a salt pits with a digital twist. Then there's Hollow Bow, which you've seen, and now we have Sandblasted. Which leaves me, where are we at, right? How many more biomes we gotta do tonight? So I want to get all this done before tomorrow. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we got 7 done. Crystal, Bungus, and Res. Yeah. I think that's it, so we're actually almost done. But it's gonna be like an 8-hour stream. At the rate we're going. Lines on a motherboard almost. Yeah, I could see it. Alright, let's do Crystal and Res, and we'll end on Bungus Bogs. Now here's the question, with Crystal Caverns, do we want to go with a more jagged look, kind of like we did with Glacial? Alright, let me see if I can force that. I think that was a wood effect on block. I forget how I did it. No, we'll do Res last, I think. No, we'll do this, then we'll do Radioactive, and then we'll do Bungus Box, or Fungus Box, rather. Also, this is how I would do the error cube. It's something like this. Actually, let me go back to Glacial and see what I did there, since we're going to use that as a kind of a base. Blob linear, that's not it. Blob block. It's one of those. Blob block. Need to figure out how I mixed it. T by T. How did I do that fracturing effect? Blob linear, blob linear, blob walk. Let's see if I can figure out how I did it. Oh, I see how I did it. It was probably scale and then rotation. On glacial that did it. $15.85, $90.15. Oops. There it is. That same jagged look. To 85. I don't want it to be too much. Now, Crystal Caverns, you said it has a... It's a gray tone, but it's got warmer colors to it, warmer hues. So we'll start with color 2 and work with that. Actually, let's flip these. Make that white and that black. I'm also going to pull up a reference of Crystal Caverns real quick. Oh, I see what you're talking about. It's got more of a pinkish, purpley kind of vibe to it. Stuff like this that I don't really register when I'm actually operating out there. I see exactly what you mean. That's gonna be like over here, I think. That might be a little bit too heavy, honestly. Oh, maybe not. Maybe it's not heavy enough. That's a little too pink. think like right there maybe? Right there with a dash of purple for the purple crystals that are almost always everywhere with there. A purpley blue, like that. Oh gosh. Because I don't want it flooding the entire texture, I just want it... Let me dupe this. We'll take this and have it be right here, and then turn that down. Oh, that's nice. I like that. Probably needs to be a deeper shade, though. Nope, too deep. Yeah, it's a little bit bright. I need to reduce the influence of the purple, that's the thing. And now increase the influence of the purple from the beneath area here. And somehow make it filter in. By rotating it? If I really pull the offset, I can just do all kinds of stuff with this. It's such a cool effect. I can bring this over like that. It's hard to get those purple crystal effects to kind of like... I want them to pop, but I don't want them to be overtaking the texture like they are right now. I guess what I could do is I could mask it. I haven't done anything with masking tonight. And what we could do is we could give it... Let's draw out a few masks that do this. Same thing, feather like that. I'm kind of thinking what we could probably do is instead of having multiple masks, let's have just the one, but let's make it like extend outward, like rectangular, like that. And we'll take that and we'll rotate it on like a 45-degree angle. Bring that up, and now we have like a kind of a gradient occur here, a gradient effect. Something like that, maybe? And definitely where we place the gradient here is going to change how the texture ends up looking. Let's kind of start with it like mostly dead center for right now. I do want to see how this turns out. I pull that frame right now. We'll just kind of give it as a baseline test. Oh, wow. I don't know what I was expecting, but it most certainly wasn't that. It's very purple. Very purpley pink. It definitely does feel like, even though I tried to like mitigate the effect of the purple, it still comes through a lot. And it looks like, just judging by what I'm seeing here on my other screen, it looks like it's a side effect of the base texture having a lot of purple in it already, somehow. Let me see if I can find a way to clear that up a little bit. I see what I gotta do. Hang on, I gotta switch you guys back over so you can see this. I'm gonna take this mask and I'm gonna copy it onto this one. But then I'm gonna change it to subtract, not subtract. Okay, that didn't work the way I thought it would. There we go. So now there shouldn't be any purple in that texture. Honestly, I think that's probably pretty good. Because done like that, right? Where's the... What am I missing? Okay, that's just automatically defaulting to it. What I can do is I can have one that has less purple on the warm tinge stone effect. But then, like, the shoulders, which my shoulders are already fairly jagged with the plated effect, or with the plated build, could have the more purple on them to like signify crystals. And the way the texture of that comes through is just kind of iffy. Nope, that's the helmet. I need that. And for whatever reason, this is just the way its UV mapping is working out. It's just picking up on the heavy purples on the sides of the texture. So I'm actually going to go back and change the mask on this one to was it subtract? Subtract, remove that there. We'll pull that one in and we'll use that on the metal so it blends in a little bit better. In fact, we'll make that just be the base torso. Then we have the shoulders and maybe even the helmet come in with the more purpley sort of effect. It doesn't really blend cleanly right there. It kind of like jumps. I'm not sure what's up with that. That's a little bit better. I look like a chunk of stone. Dwarves are gonna friggin' try and dig me out of the wall. But hold on. I have so many of these damn things now. Just taking up my avatar menu. I really do look like Crystalline Crab and Rockman. I'm a golem. Kind of ridiculous, actually. In a cool way, but still ridiculous. Yeah, the more I look at it, the more it makes sense. All right, I think we should have enough time to finish up the biomes. We need to do radioactive exclusion zone, and then fungus bogs. The fungus bogs I already kind of. Oh, that's interesting. The back of the helmet like caught like a ton of purple. I didn't see that before. Huh. Oh well. No one's gonna be looking at the back of my head anyways. Maybe what I'll do with the helmet is I'll just have it be a full rock case. And the shoulders can just be the crystal. Let me overwrite that. All right, radioactive exclusion zone. Go ahead and close that. Well, first thing I need is a reference image. That's a pretty good view of it. That is a really cool tinge to it. It's almost monochrome, but it's like bisected by like green from the activated uranium. Well, I certainly kind of have an idea of how I would go about that. Take another camo material. I think with this one, what we're probably gonna have to do, this will be a good time save too. Is we'll go to the Crystalline Caverns one and we'll copy this over. And we'll just adapt it to work with radioactive exclusion zone. So let me remove that and we'll paste this. Now we'll change its base colors over to be a colder. Just bright green for radioactive zone, but that's just you. I'm gonna do a bright green. I just want to have the stone color in there too. I think we'll probably stick with maybe almost blue effects. A blue-green, kind of like that. It's more monochrome than that, though. Something like that, I think. Trust me, I have a plan for the whole radioactivity thing. This one's also going to be pretty easy. Give it a bit more variance. We're going to kind of follow in the footsteps of crystalline caverns, with the shoulders having the purple of the actual crystals. So we'll pull that, right? Let's go back to Unity. Okay, that's very radioactive exclusion zone in terms of the stone. But then, when it comes to the everything else, I'm gonna do something I don't normally do, and I'm gonna change a material bind. It was on torso, this, and I'm gonna change the lattice metal to this ridiculous shit. Maybe do the same thing with the scales too. Can I force it? Actually, wait a second. It's not gonna have very much of an effect, is it? It's too dang bright. I don't think that's helping it either. Let's do like 0.5. Something like that. And then we'll do the same thing to the shoulders too. I clearly changed the wrong shoulder model. It's that right there. We might need to make a few tweaks on this one, but I think we'll be able to get the activated uranium effect from this. Let's see. Let's see if I was right. Ooh, that's a nice glow. It's not abysmally bright to the extent where like it hurts your eyes, but it definitely looks like the activated uranium crystals. I think that's a pretty neat effect, actually. I could probably make the brightness just a little bit higher. Let me make that tweak real quick. Oops. You cannot export a material as a VRM. That does not work. Alright, let's try this again. Let's back to that one, and then load this. Yeah, that might be too bright. I need to split the difference. Alright, one more try. There we go. I think that's a happy middle ground from the... You can tell that it's a crystal, but it's also glowing. I guess the only other thing I could do is I might change the visor to have the crystal glow as well, perhaps? I don't know, that's a bit of a tough call. Let's see, head, helmet, visor material. That's a good idea. I like that. Let me change the shoulders back real quick. I'm gonna fix that. I'm also gonna fix these shoulders that I modded earlier without them being right. I'll do that later. All right, let's see how this looks. Export. I'm not overwriting the old one just in case I want to use both for whatever stupid reason. Yeah, that's actually pretty cool. I like that. One of the first properly modded visors that doesn't look terrible. I could probably amp the glow on that up a little bit too. Let's give it another 0.1. There we go. Making good use of the glowing visor idea from before. At that time, it was just a light blue glowing visor. In this case, it changes to a nice, striking uranium green. But I do think that is a pretty cool concept of using the glowing visor. Especially when I can do stuff like this with the lights. You don't get the bloom effect that comes from the lights being on. But it's still pretty nice. Alright. The last order of business is Bundesfox. And this one I think I want to do is just being a very deep green, sort of swampy camo. Come on, camo base, one more time. I have so many of these things. I mean, that's the fun of these expansive projects that take, like, you know, 8 hours to do. Fungus bogs. This one's probably going to be as close to a normal, like, deep forest texture as it can get. Let's see if we can't give it a little bit more personality. Maybe we'll use fluid on a cubic scale? No. Or smoke. Let's keep it linear. No, keep it cubic. Primary color is going to be a deep green like that, over kind of a brownsy, pukish color almost. The color of goo, the contrast there isn't that great though. If that ain't a fungus bog's color, I don't know what is. I'd increase the... just give it a little more visibility. And then because it's fungus bogs, right? I'm gonna do something I don't normally do for texture work. I'm gonna create another plane, and this is gonna be what's called a mounting plane. This is what I use to mount effects onto. Like the vines from before were baked into that particular texture, this will be on its own plane. So, mounting plane 1. And mounting planes are almost always transparent, so they don't affect anything else going on here. But this is basically so I can put effects on a different layer without having to, like, cook them into this. I don't run the risk of messing with this at all, so I can just lock it. and leave that as is. And we're gonna do the same thing we did with the vines from before, but we're gonna make them green and kind of grungy looking. And they're not gonna be covered in thorns. Because I think having another case of the vines is a good idea. Set particles in simulation and lightning and electricity. And let's figure out our vine. Right now, I think, for what it's worth, we don't want any branches. We just want a nice straight vine that we can then turn into a wiggly vine with stuff coming off of it. So no twigs. So those need branches to work. So it's going to close that. We'll change the glow to a normal green. And the core will be a slightly deeper green. Let's give it a wave scale. So it actually does kind of do its thing a little bit. Well, that's for animation, and we shouldn't need to worry about that too much, except for the scaling. Wave scale probably doesn't need to be that much. We'll give it a small amount of twitch scale. I'm thinking 0.7. Oops, 0.07. My bad. And that'll just kind of make it look like the vines are twisted up on themselves a little bit. We're gonna spread the radius a lot on both ends, so they kind of go all over the place. Give these kind of thick vines. Now there should be a way to darken these guys a fair bit. When that doesn't work, I always force it with a brightness and contrast filter. That's probably fine at 0, honestly. Give it a little bit more of a twitch scale, just a bit. Oops. Maybe 5 trunks to kind of give the impression that they're who said that? Surely it wasn't me. Kind of delink it and force it. Force a 150 over a 125. And I think we might end up being better off doing multiples. Like, let's take 2 here and go there, right? Friendly fire, the likes of which would make Sirvan blush. Jeez. Don't let him hear you say that. Let's do that. Let's do -1, -2. Now that is a little bit uniform, so we'll make sure have -2 have a different seed. That's -1 I changed, but that's fine. Those vines are all tangled up. Those are all spread out. Wasn't expecting that. A little tangling is often good. I'm gonna invert that. Come on. One of them went and vanished. Oh, it's over there. These are all kinds of spread out here. That's a little bit better. The average hope here is that this kind of creates the effect of the vines being draped over rather than like curling around. I won't be mad if they are also kind of curling around the same way that the vines from Hollow Bow were. But at the same time, you know, they're not creeping vines, they're just getting stuck in everything. Let's do, I think, 50% there. Trying to darken them up a lot. I might need to force it with a solarize. Oversaturate and debrighten. Small offset. For what it's worth, changing the color might help a little bit too. Problem is, if you make them too dark, sometimes you can't see them at all. Not too bad right there. Ultimately not sure how I feel about that, but it's not terrible. Like, the only thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change this to be a little bit more obvious, just a bit. The color of the fungus bogs. We pull the frame, and we'll see how we did. I'm gonna be honest, I'm starting to get pretty tired. So I think getting to the point of closing this out is probably a good idea. As much fun as I've had tonight, I should see about getting food and getting rest for tomorrow. Actually, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna real quickly... I'm gonna pull two files. One is gonna be the one with the vines, the other is gonna be the fungus bogs without the vines, and we'll see how both look. Let me also fix the visor on this while I'm thinking about it. Alright, base plating. Oh yeah, there's like a little bit of a vine, there's some vine trickery going on right there. We could probably distort them a little bit more with like a, maybe a heat distortion effect to make them look a little bit more viney. But it's not terrible. It's not bad at all. I see there's a vine right there that doesn't really work. And of course the fungus bogs camo is the most gunky of them all. Alright, let's see how this looks. Yep, that's pretty bungus fogs for you. Complete with even vines to get all stuck in absolutely everything. There isn't really much detail to it that you can see. Like, it's there, but it's, yeah, you get more Master Chief out of the fungus bogs camo than you do out of my normal armor. Just give me a golden visor. That'll do it. Maximum bungus. Yeah. I feel like there could be more contrast to the actual camo effect, but honestly, it's not that bad. It still looks pretty good for a Like, you can almost kind of see the fogginess of the biome in it. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. So let's go down the roster one more time. We have fungus bogs, radioactive exclusion zone, crystalline caverns, sandblasted corridors, hollow bow, salt pits, azure wheels, glacial strata, dense biozone, magma core. Magma core still needs some work, I admit that. Yeah, strata definitely turned out really nice. But I think hollow bow has to be my favorite. Depending on what time I get up tomorrow, I might modify magma core to have like glowing lava streaks using the lightning trick again. This one would be cool even without the context. Yeah, for sure. This is just a really nice overall paint scheme. Need to see stuff like this in Deep Rock, like legit for real, you know, like without mods, just an armor camo that looks kind of like this with like vines creeping out of it and stuff would be really cool. Oh boy. Stormed armor from Elden Ring? I could see it. I could 100% see it. But yeah, I think what I'm gonna do now is I'm going to call it a stream and a night and go get some dinner, rest for a while, and I'll probably work on this some more tomorrow before stream if I get up on time to do so. But yeah, hopefully we'll be seeing this armor actually in play. Looking forward to it. So yeah, tomorrow at around 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time will be when I'll be streaming Deep Rock Galactic. It'll be lobby, open lobby, or at least join lobby, basically. You'll have the command and the links and stuff like that. Oh, you're halfway through those clips. Ugh, yuck. I'm glad you liked them, Infrared. It very much was a lot of fun doing all of this. Alright, I think tonight is going to be a Ducks raid because I really don't want to get caught up in, well, in chit-chatting like I tend to do. Yeah, I will be. I'll have to organize them, among other things. But yeah, that's what the ducks are for. And also for being cute. The ducks are absolutely adorable. Someone shot me a gift sub, so I'm able to feed the ducks once a day. for like the next, you know, couple weeks. Until that expires, of course, but yeah, I know. I didn't even know how it happened. I was like, I raided out, tabbed out, and then I got up to get a drink. I came back and I saw a little Twitch ping, and I was just like, huh? What's that? And it turned out to be a gift sub to the Ducks. I forget who it was. I think it was one of the mods who sent it. Lucky duck. Here, I'll get you a pun drum while I'm thinking about it. But yeah, time for me to go to bed. Well, food and then bed. Hey, thanks for stopping in, Ray. And Seer, and Madness, Skulls, and everybody. I will hopefully see most, if not all of you tomorrow for Deep Rock Galactic. Either to watch, to lurk, or to jump in with me and suffer as we fight rockpox and other terrible things. So, yeah. Next week will definitely be Battletech, because from what I hear, that campaign is really long, and we're gonna need to make progress on it. Eventually. But yeah, I'm off. Thank you all for watching, and until the next time, remember, keep your core strong and your eyes bright. Gaze out.